Ну зачем без любви? Ну зачем без любви? Любишь жить решается. Как плывут облака и солнца свет. Decision as I go. I'm so rational. I can feel. I used to.
Твоя так зацепила. И мы раскрасим серый бит, подарим ему и в момент извини, не бежит, не звони мне. Каким бы трудным не был путь, иду, куда глаза глядят и куда ноги ведут. Эй, я в момент, и пролетел который день, я не заметил. На свои руки мне навстречу только ветер. Не светит солнце, хоть и говорили всем, что мне ничего не светит.
No one really shooting in Navi, not too much. Especially in this next circle, they're gonna be like alone. So I think it's Navi. And like in the end, there were like 4 people alive. So it means that their position was much easier to play from.
Всю свою жизнь я просто бегу за чем-то. Не знаю зачем, просто бегу за чем-то. Я так давно уже находил моменты, чтобы сделать перезагрузить ленту. Я уже не забыл, как я смотрел на звезды. Делал все, что хотел, ведь так хотел быть здесь. Когда еще я вернусь домой, как старый кросс, ты скажешь мне никогда, но никогда не поздно.
Эй, я в момент, и пролетел который день, я не заметил. На своих руки мне навстречу только ветер. Не светит солнце, хоть и говорили все, что мне ничего не светит.
It's much faster than like just running, so because it's easier to get to the position faster. I don't know. Maybe someone, maybe me, maybe someone else, but I don't know. None of us remember if it was like I don't know. Maybe it's randomly found in our car.
So first of all, we just tried to pick off new happy. Then something not that good. We didn't get enough knocks, and also we had GNL above us, and we just split to 2 fight with 2 teams. But that wasn't that hard.
As far as I remember, it was like 2-2. I was playing with Perfectix against New Happy, and we were talking more about like how we're gonna kill New Happy and help each other. And other players were killing GNL, like behind this car. But we also helped them because from our position we could see GNL, and yeah, just this. And it was very fast, like literally like 5-10 seconds to kill both teams. And then in 5 seconds we already started to kill Navi. So everything was like in these 30 seconds we win this game. With New Happy we were just staying in our positions, like holding this angle. We knew that New Happy is laying down like very close. They couldn't really pick us. So we each other, but they were in like worse position. They were behind this one car. We were just shooting, they were laying down, knock, stand up, shoot again, knock down again. So they not really were attacking us. New Happy was like more than. Ну и плюс единственный ног дали только по перфекту, по идее, New Happy. То есть они единственные были, кто нам не мешал. Ну и плюс они меня тоже могли.
ехать некуда по южному шоссе. Не хочется, не надо, ведь мне уже разок.
Я просто
Ехать
говорю,
некуда, а все идут куда.
я не помню.
Скажи просто,
Я
что ж
просто-
ставили
Я
по
просто
два
говорил,
хедшота и
что
всё.
ГНЛ бегают там в опен, и стреляйте, стреляйте.
Я слышал просто один ног, второй ног, третий ног, четвертый ног, пятый ног.
First of all, you usually win games because of the circle luck. And then you try to make this circle luck probability like higher than other teams.
As Twisted Minds continue the onslaught, 12 kills as they continue making the way.
When we killed the high ground position, we knew that our space is very powerful. Yeah, but to win this game, we need to play very good individually, and team speak should be very fast. We should never get any knocks or make any mistakes, and then we're gonna win. But of course, we knew that this side is very powerful.
I made the first knock to Navi, and then Lu did second. Then I did some damage to second one guy that picked me, and I just shouted in microphone that Batulin help me, help me, help me, because I was proning and just stay alive.
Yeah, so I mean, I think everything started from the first knock, for example, and also kind of it was very close to kill Ferris too. Then I helped him, and Lu was better than Diffix, and then it was easy win in the end. Yeah, it's like we just like to talk to each other before the games and get in the same mood, you know, like so we just talk just a little for 30 seconds and just shout Twisted Minds. Just to get this energy for the first game, because usually the first game is very slow for many teams, and we want to start fast. So basically, that's for it. Yeah.
I think we need to little bit up our
Mental state. What else we have to do? Like, of course, we're gonna take a revenge. It's only one day after, so we are kind of just chilling right now, having like a lot of this shooting. But yeah, of course we will take revenge. Yeah, I would add that this PGS 4 is not going to be a revenge for like Sonics or Cerberus who like stole our win. It's more likely a revenge against ourselves, against our mentality on the last final day. We're just gonna have to work on it and show that we are stronger than we think.
Hi PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide Annie, and today I'm here with Toby.
Absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me on.
Today we'll wrap up the PGS 3, how it went on, and explain you guys how PGS 4 will look like. So PGS 4 will kick off in June 3rd until June 10th for 6 days, 3 days of group stage and 3 days of final stage, similar to PGS 3. Then let's move on to the PGS 3 recap. Our champion was Cerberus Esports. Congratulations! This is very meaningful because it's the first APAC team ever to win the PUBG Esports Global event.
Yeah, it sure was. It was a hell of a performance, as we've seen all the way from start to finish. So many teams in the race. You had Cerberus fighting up against the likes of Twisted Minds and Sonics, and in the end, they came out victorious.
So Cerberus Esports was originally strong in the group stage, but didn't keep up that performance till the end. But now, in the PGS 3, they succeeded to do so and win the PGS 3. There was a lot of impressive plays, especially Hima's 1v3 and 20 kills chicken dinner.
I mean, last year PGC was all Tiger. This time around, it was the Himas show from start to finish. The way that Cerberus played this game was so obvious that it was very much built around enabling Himas to play the way that he did. So while, of course, all the highlight moments were Himas, were Tiger as well, do not forget about Hayasaki and Salalti too. They were there along the way, helping out, making sure that Himas was always on his feet, always in the best best position possible to get as many points as possible for the team as we saw in the tournament.
So I think this team now knows how to play as a team.
Oh, yeah.
So we're
Oh, yeah.
expecting their performance in the PGS4 too.
Oh yeah, big time. I would be very surprised if they don't come out, maybe not winning necessarily, but very much within the top 5 once again.
Sonics was the previous PGS2 champion, but with the kickstart moving into the team, they didn't show a very impressive performance in the global stage. So I thought they might need more time, but they showed us.
They definitely did. Coming out of PAS, I think a lot of people had maybe some doubts on how they were going to be able to perform here in the global tournament. But no, I mean, as you're saying, finishing top 4 in the group stage and getting a second place in the grand finals as well definitely impressed everyone and just reminded us exactly of what the Sonics are capable of.
This time, it was not Tiggleton who showed off, but we found Strimzy.
Strimzy definitely had a lot of highlight moments. Instantly, our minds go back to the Miramar finish, a game where you think a lot of teams would die out with a lot, like not really a lot of points, but he survived up on the Monte Nuevo hill for the longest time, able to get a lot of points for the team, a lot of extra placement points as well, and able to just solidify what ended up being a really good game.
So maybe Sonics can step up in the PGS4, let's see. And next was Twisted Minds. This team was consistent throughout the whole event,
Oh, yeah.
but then like in day 2 and day 3 of final stage, I don't know what happened.
It's as if the globals for Twisted Minds have become the opposite of the regionals. In regionals, they don't get off to a good start in the grand finals, and then right at the end, they come up and win. In the globals, it's the other way around. They come flying off in the grand finals, and then at the very last day, it falls apart. It is the 4th tournament now globally where they have been in first place coming into the final day and not been able to bring it home.
Yeah, I thought I really saw the potential here in PGS3 because they were always at the top and they know how to survive. Let's see if Twisted Minds can finally break this jinx in PGS4. I hope they do.
One could hope.
Let's move on to the teams that had showed us the unexpected performance in PGS3.
Yep, the first teams that comes to mind would definitely be both eArena and Na'Vi. Both teams playing phenomenally and playing similar play styles, which are usually not something you see from teams with lack of LAN experience. Na'Vi came in from day 1 and just instantly spread out. They took full control on the map, again playing very confident PUBG. Normally, when you have teams that have never played on LAN before, they'll be quiet, they'll maybe be a little nervous, don't really dare to do a whole lot. But this Na'Vi roster, they came in, knew what they wanted to do from day number 1, and they just delivered from start to finish. Very impressive performance by them.
Yeah, I'm sure that not many global fans would expect Na'Vi to play so well in the first global event.
Definitely.
Maybe fans would expect more from the next upcoming event. And as you mentioned, eArena was also the team that showed us unexpected performance, especially when it comes to Thailand teams. We expected more from Day Trade Gaming, but other Thailand teams have really showed us impressive plays.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, eArena kind of brought in the Therodon 5 playbook of using a lot of emergency pickups, trying to get center positions, and then when it came to fighting, I think a lot of people, a lot of viewers don't consider the likes of eArena a very dangerous opponent, but Lyrics and Jacob, they showed phenomenal performance.
I think those two teams are the teams to watch for in the next event. And then, are there teams that didn't perform as expected in PGS3?
I think if we talk about the grand finals, our first name has to be FaZe Clan. They had a very hard time getting things going. They were struggling to keep all 4 players alive throughout the early game, and it really hindered them a lot. Every single time they came into fights in the mid game, they were already down to maybe 2 or 3 players. And when you're up against teams of this caliber on a global stage, even if you're good individually, if you don't have the numbers to your advantage, you're gonna be struggling.
We'll have to talk about our PGS1 champion, 17 Gaming. They, Little Ghost was out and Show got in, and their performance was not as expected. Actually, they didn't play well in the PCL, but still, we thought they will do well in Global. But at the day 3 of final stage, Little Ghost were in the roster, and I think they kind of show what 17 Gaming was used to be in the past.
Definitely. I think one of the issues that 17 faced when they removed Little Ghost initially, not to take anything away from Show, because he's a phenomenal player, but Little Ghost and Show fill 2 very different roles. Show is a phenomenal fragger, really good individually, mechanically at the game at taking out opponents. Little Ghost, while he's also good at that, is also exceptional, one of the best in the world at flexing out, getting info, scouting forward for his team. And when you then remove a player like Little Ghost from the roster to add one more shooter, It doesn't really matter that you have a lot of guys that are great at shooting if they don't have the guy to tell them where to shoot. But as soon as Little Ghost was back in the mix again, all of a sudden, as you said, here we see the former 17.
So next, there were 16 great teams in the final stage, but there were other teams that didn't make it to the finals, but maybe have a potential in the PGS4.
I think, in EMEA, we've been very blessed to see a Virtus Pro that played phenomenally when they played confidently. I think that was the main issue for VP coming into the global stage with a player like Nixie, who's a phenomenal fragger, but little to practically zero LAN experience. It took some time to get the confidence going. It took some time to get the games going the way they wanted it to. When you don't get started early on, it gets too late. Finally, we see Virtus Pro get maybe 19 kills, the fastest any team has ever gotten 19 kills halfway through phase 4. But again, it's the final game, and if you don't have the other games before that to help you out, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I hope the PGS3 was enough experience for them. And overall, Korean teams didn't show us explosive performances. Having that, our previous PGC champion was Korean team, but I was actually surprised with GNL.
I think everyone was. It's incredible what this young roster was able to do. The youngest team playing in this tournament, I believe the oldest player has just turned 22. They're very young, they still have many years ahead of them, and they played phenomenally. While they didn't go out and get first place, because that's not to be expected, they made it to grand finals, let alone that, I think surprised many people.
So we couldn't cover all teams, but if you want to get information of all 24 teams, you can check out the previous PUBG Esports news show. So today we covered some teams to watch for in the PGS4, which will kick off in June 3rd until June 10th, same here in Shanghai, China. So this is it for today's PUBG Esports news. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Please tune in till the end to find out which team will rise above them all. So all the information about PUBG Esports and upcoming PGS4 is in PUBGesports.com, and you can also check the information about PGS merchandise. Please check that out too.
Exactly, and make sure to watch the tournament in multi-view, where you can watch your teams, listen to their teams communicating live during the games, and watch them throughout the entire tournaments from their POVs.
So make sure to tune in to PGS4, which will be happening in this stage in Shanghai. Bye-bye. See ya.
The question was if I had any hobbies outside of the game, and one of my favorite hobbies is playing water polo. It's a very contact-heavy sport, and I really love it.
At home, all I do is pretty much go to the gym and hang out with my girlfriend. That's about it. Watch some movies, stuff like that.
I like to go fishing every day. I haven't been able to fish here because we've been busy, but I would love to.
Somehow he still smells like fish.
그냥 친구들이랑 놀기? 아무 생각 없이 노는 걸 좀 좋아해가지고.
아, 진짜 맞추는 거예요? 뭐야? 야, 겉은 뾰족한데 안에 뭔가 막 뭐가 붙는데 손에? 아, 씨.
어? 파인애플?
어, 맞아요.
รู้แล้วอุ๊ยยากมากเลยอ่ะไม่รู้เลยอ่ะ
แล้วก็เบอร์
ถูกแล้วใช่ไหมครับ
ถูกแล้วครับ
Your PGS 1 champion will be 17 Gaming!
I am a soul man, I am a soul believer, and congratulations to him for that MVP.
The heartbreak coming in off of this is just so close.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonic!
19 kills after 21 minutes of this match.
We say goodbye to day trade.
Cerberus Esports to win!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is PGS4, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. And before we get started, we're going to give a shout out to the All-Stars who make this possible, our sponsors. We want to thank the official tournament gaming chair Honda Seat for their great support of PGS4. And a big shout out to Zowie Monitors for their new 2546X gaming monitor, the choice of PUBG professional players when they need to see every detail. My name's Sofis. I'm joined by Matrim here on the desk. We get ready to kick off day number 2. Matt, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, that it was sort of the fun part of PGS4, so close to 3, is that teams have had time to adjust. They've had times to get comfortable with the speed of play, and maybe even in some cases, launch redemption arcs.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big factor for a lot of teams that we're going to be looking at today, specifically the ones that we see that haven't had a chance to play yesterday. Yes. So we're going to be able to be bringing in a lot of squads, most notably Twisted Minds, that did so phenomenal during PGS3 at the group stage, as well as 17 Gaming, who's now going to be starting with Little Ghost this time around, so hopefully might see them be a bit more powerful out the gate.
Love it. Let's talk about the schedule, and we'll get back into the breakdown. We are in the second day of group stages. There'll be 3, and at the end of that, every team will have played 12, where the top 16 teams will advance to that grand final starting on Friday. At that point, they have 18 games to make a case that they deserve to be crowned PGS champions and join what is becoming an incredible roster. 17, then Sonics, then Cerberus. Who's next?
It's getting pretty spicy. I think it was Cam that was talking about it the other day, that we've had a very diverse spread across all of the regions as far as winners go to the last couple of events. So I'm very, very curious to see if we're going to see that trend finally break and maybe start getting some repeat winners.
You'd love to see. Let's take a look at the teams that are up there right now. Again, these are all of the 24 teams who will be taking the stage. Group A does have a chance to sit back and relax. It's now time for B and C to go to battle. B played yesterday, so now this will be the final chance for them to put points on the board before they're stuck watching their fate be decided by A and C. And for me, that's the big takeaway, Matt. Don't let them decide for you. Go out there and put up those big numbers now.
Big numbers included are also going to be the prize pool, $100,000 up at the top of it, and then $40,000 back behind that. Also, don't forget, we're running the just tried and true system that we've been using for a while now. So whoever wins comes out in first place is going to get 10 points, and then you're going to get 1 kill point as well. Remember the fact that that does diminish down depending on placements, but if you end up in 9 through 16, you get absolutely nothing. So hopefully, at least you picked up a couple of kills. That's what Cerberus has been doing.
Make a little something and get a little something in the hopper for that road to PGC. There's PGS points up for grabs, and if you understand, if you've been with us for a while, you know how important these points are, because the money's nice. Winning here is wonderful, but at the end of the day, every player's dream is to raise that trophy at the Global Championships, and this is one of the steps you can take to get yourself there. Let's take a look at the teams across the board that are playing. We saw a little bit of a glimpse of this earlier. GPT teams and all of the qualifier play-in teams from various regions. It looks like a very stacked deck.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you look at the GPT, that's going to be the lion's share of a lot of our squads right now. But then also, let's note the APAC power that's been coming out here recently and starting to get a lot of showing in this one. Specifically, EA and VLTH have been extremely powerful yesterday.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at who takes the field of play today. Who will be dropping out of the plains? It's Group B, it's Group C. And now Group B, it was relatively powerful. We saw some great play out of TSM. We know 4AM is making a big come up. We'll talk about them in just a minute. And Group C, who hasn't had a lot of time on the sticks lately, is getting to come back. They've been off the keyboards for 2 days. I want to see if they're fresh from the start.
Well, you were talking about redemption, right? That almost feels kind of like what C is going to be mostly about. And we'll get into that one in just 1 second, because we got to remind you guys about the Fantasy League. We know most of you guys are going to be playing, but if it is, it's a fun way to really find like new players, new teams to try to support as you're watching through all of the action inside this one. So very much encourage everybody. Remember the fact that you're given a set budget and you get a set captain as well as a sub.
And there's points on the line. Remember, you guys can get yourself some G-Coin. It's going to be pretty cool. We'll also show you our rosters so that we can all play along at home and see just how well we do. And I think what we're going to see is some of the teams that are going to be on these rosters are coming from those redemption arc teams, right? Yesterday, we saw 4AM. They struggled. I think they ended up in, 20th place in group stages at PGS3, coming out with this substitution of Bobo, who I expect to see on a lot of these rosters, and very likely will be. 1, 2, 3 of those rosters have Bobo. At $10,000, he was putting up an insane amount of points. The exception is Elfish Guy, who joins our broadcast today, chose to make an example of picking an entirely Australian roster.
Yeah, he specifically was like, oh, that was Bobo yesterday. I have faith in it. Oddly enough, my roster ended up being about $10,000 less than max. I only hit about $90,000. So If it works, I feel like I'm going to be a genius. If it doesn't, that's what I'm going to blame.
That's what happens when you get a big discount on Bobo. But I do think it's going to be all about that redemption for some of these teams. These are the guys who have been picked the most often. Let's talk, though, about the teams that are in this and are in the hunt. So 4AM came in yesterday after not qualifying in PGS3 for the finals. They had an amazing day. 2 more teams that take the field today. Virtus Pro and Falcons finished 21 and 22 in groups respectively, but don't feel like teams that should be in that position.
That's kind of the problem is whenever we're looking at this and how powerful we are now whenever we get to an international stage, right? These are squads that we know that can do very well regionally, but once you get into the mix-up, both of us were kind of catching people in the green room before we were moving out, and there's so many things whenever you look at like secondary drops that a lot of these squads were doing. I think it was Scoom that was talking about this, and the difficulty of just how to map out what you're going to be looking at and expectations and rotations.
It's getting to the lobby, he said, and I think that somebody who's figured out how to do the lobby is our top point getters here. TSM looked so good yesterday. Yes, they had one game that everything came to them, but that happens. You make the best of those. But then we saw things like a 3-way fight that resulted in the ultimate ninja level 1000 zip line into late game combat. Oh, I didn't know they're gonna put the scores up. Elfish guy at 184, dominating in number 1. Saga at 179, looking good. And then probably the best looking host in PUBG, holding up 3rd place. Gotta love that. Matchroom, at least you're beating Cameron.
Yeah, hey, you're talking like you're doing so much better with 3 points.
We're both beating Cameron.
3 points, I'm the best.
I wish that you guys could see the dirty look that Cameron just shot us from the cast.
It's pretty much the same face that he's making right there, just with a bit more of a squint.
With a bit more attitude. All right, today's matches are switching it up just a little bit. We're going to start in the dusty dunes of Miramar, take us to the snowy slopes of Akendi Tego, and then finish up on the grassy pastures of Erangel for today. It should be a lot of fun. Nice little switch up for the players. What are you most excited about today?
I mean, we've been kind of talking about it off and on as we've been going through these slides, and it's the redemption potentially 4C that you're talking about. I think you were hitting on some really good points regarding Falcons and stuff like that. Like, I think what is that keeps drawing your eye that direction?
What will draw them in that direction? Well, I'll tell you what, the money, the points, and the desire to get redemption from PGS3. Guys, it is time for us to start game number 1 of day 2 here at PGS4. Let's check in at the stage. Don't go anywhere.
ก็ตอนที่เรารู้ตัวว่าทีมเราไม่เข้ารอบไฟนอลเราก็คุยกับทีมว่าเราจะไม่พักแล้วเราก็จะมานั่งดูทีมอื่นแข่งกันว่าเขาเล่นกันยังไงแล้วเราก็มีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นจะกลับมาได้ใน PGS4
We discussed the games a lot. We went over all our mistakes. We realized what we did wrong, and now we're doing a lot more prep for this one.
So much damage! VP is really doing
That last match at PGS3 was just a bunch of emotions combined, and I feel like everyone just felt it at that moment that we're gonna do good that game, and that's the VP that's gonna be seen at PGS4.
지난 3년간 세계대회에서 이제 한 번도 파이널을 떨어져 본 적이 없는데 그래서 그 감정을 못 느끼고 있었어요. 근데 이번에 한번 느껴보니까 더 이상 느끼고 싶지도 않고 되게 짜증나고 좀 그랬던 것 같아요.
PGS4 for Falcons is going to be much different than PGS3, and we're going to be a real threat this time.
Vocês não viram nada que a Legacy é capaz de fazer. Na PGS4 a gente vai amassar.
You saw the 3-headed dog stand on top at PGS3. Now, it's time for the polar bear to rise.
GNL started creeping over in this direction. Sonics, they had to stop down to try to get the revive.
아무래도 첫 세계대회이기도 하고 이 대회 오기 전에는 조금 더 모든 팀들의 수준이 이제 저희의 실수들만 없으면은 조금 더 높은 성적을 낼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
我觉得 PGS3 结束后我们做的一些调整吧，可能就是一些配合交流上面。我觉得我们以现在的实力，对 PGS4 的冲劲是很大的，然后我们也很有信心拿到那个冠军。
I have already built mechanically the strongest PUBG team in the world, and now we just have to win the mental battle against ourselves. In PGS3, all of us were thinking too much of winning, and that's why we lost it. In PGS4, instead of thinking of winning, we're gonna focus on how to win it.
We just like to stay humble. We had a pretty decent performance in PGS3, but we know that we could do much better, and we could definitely win first next time.
As they are just pressuring once again. 1 knock, 2 knocks, Petrichor Road.
看到 CES 夺冠的时候，我第一反应就是很不爽嘛。但是回顾全程的话，就感觉 CES 打得特别的完美，他们的整体状态也远胜于我们，所以说感觉他们很值得这次 PGS3 的冠军嘛。在 PGS4 的话，我们会更尽全力的把这个冠军留在上海。
Trước khi bước vào giải PGS 3 thì tâm lý bọn mình rất là thoải mái. Vì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức, định được top nào thì được 2 top đấy, nhưng mà không ngờ thì lại vô địch. Nên là qua PGS 4 thì có lẽ trọng trách sẽ nặng hơn vì bọn mình phải bảo vệ ngôi vương. Nếu như các bạn muốn chiến thắng tại PGS 4 thì việc đầu tiên các bạn làm là đánh bại chúng tôi.
Immediate trades coming through, and New Happy is just sitting back smiling at all of this as Ming Ming gets the heal off. He's going to peek across the side. Hive a pull off a miracle 20 kill win.
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. We outside.
Well, here we go into day 2 of PGS 4, and it is an exciting day as we welcome 8 teams back into the fold. We say goodbye, of course, to another 8 teams and shift things up a little bit. The first thing that I want to start with here, of course, is no Cerberus today. Right. Makes things pretty interesting. That's a whole lot more points on offer for everyone else.
Yeah, listen, Cerberus, they have been firing on all cylinders from the very beginning, essentially, from PGS 3. And even yesterday, they were so strong, so confident, winning every single fight that they were taking, seemingly, that we saw players like him as just crossing a road, no smoke, out in the open. They're that confident in their gameplay. Some of the teams yesterday were talking about how it's just almost like all the 4 individual players were taking their own individual 1 versus 4. That's a very confident team to go up against. So the fact that they're not here, I think it's going to be at least a little bit more of an opportunity, a bit of an opening for some other teams to grab some points. And there are some squads here that played yesterday that desperately need those points now, because for them, for 8 of these teams, this is the last chance they have to put themselves in a qualifying position for Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go through a couple of them. I think one that really sort of sticks in my mind, and maybe that's because I'm from the APAC region, is Day Trade Gaming. I don't know that they necessarily did so well back in PGS 3. They seem to have been on a bit of a downhill slope for quite a while, and this was at one point one of the best teams in APAC, and unfortunately it's just not coming together here in 2024. So it kind of feels like today has to be the day for them if they want to remain in the conversation.
You feel like you'd want, they would really need almost like a complete 180 like we saw at the end of VP. At the end of their group stage with that 16 kill game. But here we go into the game number 1 of the day, groups B and C, Miramar, to see if Day Trade or any other team that's sort of sitting towards the bottom can have a really good final showing, because, I mean, man, imagine missing out on the grand finals of PGS 3 and 4. Like, it just feels like your run just like doesn't really get
It's like, what was the point?
Yeah, exactly.
We just rocked up, didn't really manage to achieve anything, unfortunately, and that's a pretty unfortunate, pretty bad place to be in. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations I think that we're going to be having over the course of this week that might be in line with that. But let's start things off on Miramar. And it's a pretty straightforward playing path. Everyone's probably pretty happy with that one. No one getting too disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, it could be rough to go too north if you want to off this playing path. We do have some expected drop positions, DK 4AM and then New Happy VP, that are in threat of, I wouldn't necessarily call it a hot drop, but at least sort of maybe tension, maybe like staring at each other. But Los Leones you can split pretty effectively if you choose to do so. So we'll see if anyone commits to it just yet. We saw a lot of hot drops yesterday, most of it predicated off of Armory Gaming, but they're not here. They're in Group A, so we will see them again tomorrow. But here it looks like all the teams are just spreading out, separating, playing a little more nice this time around.
Yeah, most definitely. It is going to be, well, VP just going south, Los Leones, maybe a little bit further south of Los Leones. So NBN maybe not quite splitting that alongside New Happy, as is being indicated for us there on the mini-map. They look pretty happy with how things have gone. They've found a couple of vehicles already, so good start for VP. Circle Shift is going to go a little further north, which is interesting based on that plane path, right? There's going to be a lot of teams now that are going to have to make their way up from the south, so a bit of congestion on their way through.
Really good start for Falcons and Legacy. Two teams that are very close to my heart, being from Americas, and two teams that didn't qualify to the grand finals of PGS 3. So for their run, Falcons, it's starting here of this group stage. Legacy, they're trying to continue a couple of good rounds from yesterday. But while we're watching the main feed here, do not forget to go to PUBGesports.com to see PGS4 multi-view teams. A lot of good squads there, hearing their comms, seeing their perspective all the way through. Really good learning opportunity.
Honestly, as much as I appreciate having a job as a caster, I do really think having the ability to watch the player POVs with the comms is just awesome. So
after.
I highly recommend. Highly recommend.
Watch us now. Go watch them after the fact.
All right, here's an interesting team, Sonics. How are we feeling about them after yesterday? Because, high expectations, obviously, for this roster all the time. And I think it's a team that's probably close to your heart, probably close to my heart. We both have some vested interest. I would like to see them bounce back a little bit today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they got second place. They were in prime position alongside Twisted Minds to get first. That was stolen, quote unquote, heavy air quotes here saying stolen, right, from Cerberus, because Cerberus played amazingly, but at the same time, both Sonics and Twisted Minds, they both individually admit that their final day was not that great. So for Sonics to not be able to get a second crack at it in the PGS4 Grand Finals, because at the moment they're not looking great. Their first group stage day wasn't that strong. Now, we know that they can always have those pop-off moments and put themselves in the conversation. They only need to hit top 16. They don't need to be first or second after groups. They just need to be top 16, but it does need to happen here. So I wonder if they have another poor start, they could start to get targeted.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be something to follow over the course of the day. I mean, another one of those teams that I'm particularly interested in watching, of course, is Falcons. It's obviously not really gone too well for them recently, but again, if you start well into PGS4, today is the first day that they're going to get to play. Could turn things around most certainly. D+, moving their way through San Martin at the moment.
Another team that a bit disappointed not making it to the grand finals. I mean, looking at Seoul, grand champion from last year, and failed to make it to the grand finals of the first global of the next year. So a really harsh, admittedly by Seoul, that it's big disappointment.
And honestly, for D+, not the most amazing of outings yesterday either. So something that they're going to have to try to look to improve upon today. Here's Gen G making their way out of Monte Nuevo, which, actually having a look at the minimap right now, it's not a particularly congested area of the map. So they're going to have a fairly free rotation on their way in.
If they go further north, if they try and stay on this highway and cut through San Martin, we could see a couple of potential, maybe not camps necessarily, but, opportunistic spray down. But it looked like they were about to turn off that road and go a little more north. We see GNL taking an E pickup through the center of the zone, right above Legacy, who are holding a, I would say, really strong position. But they're EGNL going a bit more towards the north. That's going to be 4 a.m. territory. This is the big problem with E-pickuping. It's a really nice tool to use, but it's always going to have some risk attached because you can't scout. You can only scout so much from the sky. They're dropping immediately onto 4 a.m. We have shots from Legacy as well. A bit of damage coming through. No knocks just yet. But how are they going to recover from this? Because God V is actually going to bail 1 versus 4, even being able to shoot at them falling in from the sky. A good job to pull with.
It's a good choice. I mean, he got that information pretty quick smart, didn't he? You could see him sort of scurrying around in that warehouse and went straight into, flight mode rather than fight mode, let's just say. 4 players headed in your direction doesn't sound like a particularly tantalizing prospect as a solo. So good work from him. 4 a.m. keeping themselves fairly healthy. And look, it's been quite a slow early game so far. 5.5 minutes in. Haven't really seen any contests, any conflicts. 64 players still alive. Keeping a pretty calm start to day 2.
Yeah. Of course, we have Flood grabbing the first crate of the day, and it's an AWM. So, very powerful weapon. But, come on. It's not a P90. It's not a Groza. It's not a Mark 14. Those are the 3 that you really, really hope for. But, especially if you head towards the late game, can start to be really activated.
Win's a win. Even if it's a small win, you take it for sure. And here's where things might start to get a little bit interesting. Weibo having a sightline onto Legacy, though, with those shots, both teams well aware of one another. It is a 2-2 split, though, for Legacy. So Weibo have the numbers advantage in this particular instance, but Doesn't really look like a whole lot's going to amount from that. I mean, there's still quite a lot of space, obviously,
Yeah.
being phase 1, so there's no real reason at the moment to just dump in there.
Yeah, in this compound, it can be strong if it continues to get fed, of course, as is most compounds, but there are some lines from it, especially that ridge on the south, that Weibo are playing on. It's not exactly one that Weibo have a need to try and fight over and steal, especially in phase 1. The commitment to that, the potential loss of life there, but we'll see if a fight breaks out here. Spectacle Road and FaZe Clan are rotating right next to each other. Chewy does pop out to try and get a line, and who is shooting from the north? Who is that? It might be 17 Gaming, I think, is the closest across this field.
Again, doesn't really look like a whole lot is going to amount from this one.
No.
Dragunov in hand. Could have a crack, but...
Yeah, saving the ammo.
Realistically speaking, you're kind of hoping for the best with a shot like that one, so... We'll just hold off, watch the rotations. I mean, that's the other thing that I think is undersold here. You know, you'd be looking at that like, oh yeah, just shoot them, but like, actually, just have a look and see where they're going, what they're up to. Try to figure out the positions of various teams.
Rolling up right next to 17 Gaming. Show could be in a nice position to catch them off guard. Get a quick little knock. I don't know if Lilagos is going to be in a position to follow up off of that. So, yeah, this is a bit tricky. Do you stay? Do you leave? Do you go? The weird thing about Minas Generales is because it's technically one position, but all the buildings are so spread out, you don't play through it either on defense or offense the same way that you would like any other standard city, San Martin, etc.
Yeah, Show's on the move. Looks like FaZe are actually also on the move, and Lilagos providing Overwatch at the moment, so 17 opting not really to take the fight, and in the end, FaZe kind of move into that position that was left by Show. They'll be happy with that, having, you know, not lost really too much off of it. A couple of tags, rather, I should say, here from Falcons up on top of the cliff face, but not too bad. No harm, no foul. FaZe happy to take that position and use it as a staging ground.
I'm kind of worried for FaZe. They pulled up initially the 17, pulled away to the east, and now VP had sightlines, now Falcon has sightlines, Spectacle Road from the south of sightlines. They're protecting their vehicles, they're protecting their tires. That's a good position, but I think any potential exit from that spot, depending on where the zone goes, I think FaZe were hoping for a much better position as far as individual agency went, because they're kind of just stuck in, surrounded by a lot of potential bullies around them.
And taking a look across the map at the moment, it's pretty standard fare. We've got a lot of teams more or less set up where they'd want to be. Looks like Falcons are really happy with what they've got. They've got a 2-2 split, fairly central. Obviously, we talked about Flood picking up that care package a little bit earlier on as well. And I'm going to cross my fingers. I'm going to cross my fingers for these guys. I hope that today's going to be a good day for them. But one team that we maybe don't have to cross our fingers for, of course, is TSM. I mean, it's been a renaissance from Purdy, of course. And, you know, again, we don't get to have much of an Aussie bias on the broadcast that often, but I will give a shout out to Luke as well. Put him in my fantasy team 2 days in a row. He did well yesterday. He gets the job again today. So keeping our eyes definitely on TSM to see if they can replicate what they brought to the table on day 1 of PGS4.
Ooh, Lucarex here. This is a Mark 14. This is a really, really powerful weapon. Pretty sure they'll be glad to be able to grab that one. Pulled away from the angle that we just saw them in around jungle, away from FaZe. So that's probably going to be clearing up some space. VP want to have a good day. They're going to be looking to qualify. They missed out in the grand finals for PGS3. So making sure that they have a good early game. Don't want to lock themselves into a potential early fight. The zone does go towards the east, and we do have a bit of a signal towards, again, that Weibo legacy stare down that we saw earlier, but this is the center of the zone. I don't know if anything much is going to come from this.
Well, maybe that Gen G rotation, something happens there. We've got a couple of the 4 AM players having a look in that direction, and they've more or less turned Gen G away from the road. They're going to have to do the bush bashing a little bit, go off-road. But they seem to be okay on their transition as well.
Interesting. If you're watching the map, well, we do see this rotation by Gen G getting a little tricky there. We'll see what happens with Legacy, because they just left that compound and Weibo just took it. So, interesting. We'll see if that plays out into something later on. But at the moment, still Gen G a bit tricky of a rotation. It's on the high ground, that's lucky enough, but a headshot onto Adder is going to make him a bit more tense as they roll closer and closer into GNL. Roy, Hammer could try and stop and pull into this fight, but they're back into their vehicles. They don't want to commit to this. It's in the zone, but it's on the north, it's on the edge.
You know, it's been a very polite game of PUBG so far, I will say. Where, again, we're 11 minutes in, no one's even been knocked as of yet. And there's been quite a few sort of shots fired here and there, but for the most part, you know, teams have kind of recognized, okay, there's a guy here, or the couple guys there, we're just going to move away, give them some space. Weibo, courtesy of Cold, getting some good damage down onto Gen G, and it feels like now maybe is where things start to get a little bit more spotty for this Korean roster.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Nice knock from Shen. Toasty should be able to get revived, but it's going to be a lot of smoke usage. And looking at Rex and Adder with this more flex position on the west to try and cause some distraction and pull some pressure away from Weibo. But Cold is running out there in the open, frag grenade in hand.
It's a long toss. I don't know if it'll quite get there, but the bounce is good. Toasty goes down again. And Barpo is very lucky not to have gone down as well. The next couple of exchanges of nades is going to go in their direction, though maybe just not quite deep enough. That revive gave them enough time to just back up a tiny couple of steps, and that's the saving grace
it was like
for now.
For now, it was like a half-second re-knock. That could have been a lot worse for them, but once you get a knock from a grenade, you know you're about to go back out there and try and get some follow-up, and then, of course, the pressure from the GNL to the north. This is not looking good for Gen G. They're still 4 up. They still have an opportunity to turn this. Rex is looking for a head, perhaps, to try and get a counter knock.
Yeah, he just wanted to try to provide a bit of a distraction, make a bit of space for his team to get those revives and try to rotate their way out, but not going to happen. James, in the end, will be the first player to fall for day 2 into the hands of Nix Wood. And 17 have their first point on the board in PGS 4.
Rough look for FaZe. Like I said, they were sitting in a really brutal position. Their rotate away seemed to have got cut off right at the knees. Just completely clothesline. Corexi is caught out in a shack, has the hard cover, but this isn't exactly the hardest shack to throw some grenades in. But Virtus Pro, they're not super comfortable themselves, so they can't just full commit onto that one just yet. They had actually had a knock against them.
Yeah, issue for Corexi is he's pretty isolated here. His teammates are pretty far away, not really in a position to help him out at all, so in a sense, he's almost been left to his own devices, and obviously, as far as FaZe is concerned, hopefully he'll be able to get out of there, but chances are that might not be the case.
A lot of dips in this area of Miramar. We see Petrichor Road holding on to one of them just south of a truck stop. Peeked over by New Happy, but not committing into the fight as we do have FaZe number 3 goes down south. It's a good position, good hold for Virtus Pro, but the lack of cover could be problematic, similar for FaZe. Rotation called by the observers. TSM swinging down across that road, coming in from the southwest, Minas Generalis. I think that's a pretty fair entry point for them, as a lot of teams on the north probably going to be bounding from that direction, going through the more rough terrain as Twisted Minds. Also, E-pick-upping dead center here.
Yeah, taking the vertical route. There's not really a whole lot actually going on dead center, to be fair, so this is going to be a free rotate in. It's just a question of whether or not the position that they find themselves in is going to be a relatively tenable one or not as the zone starts to push its way in. I want to see what Falcons do as well. They're obviously going to rotate their couple of players from the north split down to the south side. And I think they'll be rewarded for that greedy sort of 2-2 split that they did have. Legacy getting into the kill feed a little bit. GNL on that rotate, caught off. Stella dead. And this could get a little bit awkward. Flood and Rello want to get out of there as quickly as possible. They are only 2 members of the Falcon squad, but DK also not interested because they've got bigger things, bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, they're all fighting for, again, just these dips, these bowls, these valleys that are in that center. We saw Twisted Minds send it there, GNL trying to send it there. They got very, very wounded in the meantime. Phaser, again, still kind of holding out, and there are a lot of spots for teams to hide from each other with just like small little ridge lines blocking the path. But you got to get there first. You got to be able to cross over. You got to basically stay prone for the rest of the map in a couple of these positions. But I definitely think it's a much better spot to take than, let's say, the open field on the south.
Gen G are in a bit of a spot of bother right now. They continue to get knocked by Weibo. I've seen it pop up a couple of times in the kill feed. And obviously, they're outside of the zone at the moment. There's a sandstorm right behind them. It's not looking particularly good. They're between a rock and a hard place, and Weibo is essentially camping them out. Now, Ada has had a couple of opportunities for some shots, but has opted not to take them. If he could get a knock, maybe that would open up the door a little bit for Gen G. So he is really banking on making a big flank happen here.
Yeah, he's waiting for the perfect opportunity. He cannot let them get away from this. He needs to strike with the element of surprise. But Barpo does get confirmed. That's not even from Weibo. That's from Na'Vi on the east coming into this, putting some extra pressure on top of Gen G. They are struggling to get out of here. They just can't keep everyone up. Rex has also gone down. Full confirmed, stolen by Diffex.
Yeah, I just think Gen G, unfortunately, have got themselves stuck in a position that they're not going to be able to get out of. Ada with a nice little spray is going to get at least one onto one of the members of Weibo, but unfortunately, he's lost his entire team, and it's not really going to last too long. The thing is, though, Weibo might have hung around a little bit too long as well, and so while Ada essentially plays spoiler to Weibo, they're getting shot in the side by Na'Vi as well, who are quietly putting together a pretty good game for themselves. They've already got 4 kills. They've been flying under the radar a little bit, but this is an opportunity to clean up Weibo as well.
Yeah. Weibo seem to have just completely tunnel vision onto Gen G, allowing Na'Vi to sneak up onto their position for free and eliminating virtually all of them. It's only Shen that remains. It's only Ada that's up for Gen G, so a couple of solos there. Looking at Falcons, DK, 4AM on the northwest of the zone, and they're going to have to try and push into these pitted teams with Twisted Minds, etc., who've already taken those center spots.
I'm keeping a real eye on Falcons. I like the setup that they've got. They've got a couple of players up on the high ground, and then you've got Flood and Relo down on the low ground, who are the ones that are actually taking the fight against DK, and they are dominating them at the moment. That's the 3rd knock onto DK that I've seen. GNL, that doesn't look very fun at all. You've run the gauntlet, and it has not worked out. First team eliminated on day 2 of PGS 4. And it's a bunch of points for Pero. Not that they necessarily need any help, because they're, generally speaking, a pretty good squad. But, I mean, look again, Falcons in the kill feed. DK are having some real trouble.
Good shots, good damage, good fighting from Falcons. That's what you like to see for a team. Again, not to repeat ourselves, but to repeat ourselves, struggled in PGS 3. You want to see them be able to come out confident and take those fights, unlike Gen G, who seem to be very resistant to actually take the fight against Weibo. They're going to get eliminated. The second team out not long after GNL. We do see Relo. The knocks on the DK were looking good. They haven't confirmed too many of them, but let's see what this grenade can do.
Yeah, gets a re-knock. DK continue to be under the pump. This is probably the 3rd or 4th, 5th maybe knock that's gone on to DK. Finally, they get one back into response onto Snakers. That'll be potentially Resible, though. Maybe not if 4AM are close by. Mine's going to have to come up big time, and he can't do it. CP Yanni, easy couple of frags for him in the end there. And so what was looking to, come together for Falcons, what was looking quite solid based on the trajectory, has kind of just fallen apart, and they might have just got a bit too greedy with that split in the end.
Yeah, it seemed to have been a bit of a blind spot that 4AM were able to capitalize, take advantage of. Perhaps they expected 4AM to just go into the zone, but you can never tell what a team is going to do. There are always so many options in this game of PUBG. You can never bank on a team doing exactly what you think they will, so you always need to be ready for it, and Falcons, a bit of a blind spot is my guess.
The unfortunate thing for the Falcons as well is, like, they got so many knocks, but they've only got 2 points out of it. They probably have knocked maybe 8 players in this game so far, and they've got 2 points so far. So they're quite getting the reward for the work.
They're not dead yet. Unfortunately, they do have the entirety of 4AM and the entirety of Na'Vi as the next 2 teams that go up to bat. With TSM, we saw them do a long rotate coming in from the south, now in the southeast through Sonics, through VP, facing up now against New Happy.
There's that Orm coming into play as well. We talked about that one. But Flood instantly knocked back and finished off now as well, so that'll probably be the end of Falcons more or less. Keep an eye on this TSM roster who played so well yesterday. Getting into the mix. They're, again, sort of sandwiched between a couple of teams. 4AM as well, pushing their way forward against Na'Vi. They want to be on the front foot. HSM, a couple of cheeky shots, but decides to back on up. Na'Vi, though, on the other hand, are not interested in slowing this fight down. They continue to pressure forward.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi need to take the fight against 4AM. What's the alternative? Try and go to the zone. They're going to be caught between Pero, Twisted Mind, and then 4AM on their backside. So you got to take the fight. You got to clear the space. You can only run away from the competition for so long, and they have a little bit of an advantage here, but HS holding well on the top of this hillside as we see Legacy also the fight in a little bit of picture-in-picture there at the bottom right. Na'Vi stalled on the brakes for a brief moment. They do have 4AM cornered. They do have the better positioning at the moment, and the blue is going to put more pressure on 4AM than Na'Vi, but again, it's all about when the fighting actually starts.
Starting to run out of nades on the Na'Vi side of things. The same can't necessarily be said for 4AM as they're still chucking those artillery barrages in. There's a couple of flashes back and forth as well, and the first knock will go the way of 4AM. Now it's back to 3-on-3. Na'Vi slowing things down as much as they can, but that zone is starting to push its way in.
We even saw Bobo try and peek out with the jammer pack, peek out into the blue, try and find that angle, and at least get the confirm onto So Said, but it's going to be a nice hold by Diffix. Drops Bobo down, Zipiano also in the blue. HS coming in from the opposite side, but Perfectix holding the angle.
Yeah, it's all falling apart for 4AM, and it's sort of exactly what you were talking about for Na'Vi, right? Potentially getting caught in a bit of a crossfire. In this case, it actually ends up being 4AM on the receiving end of that. It looked like a good setup for Na'Vi, and it ultimately spared them for the most part. Defects being that point man, or rather, what's the antithesis of a point man? The guy at the back.
Right.
Who's the sniper, I guess, let's just
Yeah.
say. And he was able to sort of keep them safe. Meanwhile, obviously, Twisted Minds get their angle onto 4 AM. And so Zipiani, on his own, going down to the blue. Not much he can really do at this point anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's their second day, but they already have a good number of points, so I don't think 4AM are going to be too worried here. But Na'Vi, we saw the amount of kills that they got in this game so far. TSM, they've been struggling. We saw them face off against New Happy, but they haven't been able to get too many kills or too many points. Actually, none on the board for them so far. Alo's trying to hold it. Second knock. Looking good, but it's all about confirming the kills and unable to do so as Longster screams over the hilltop in the vehicle. But let's see if Sonics cannot finish what TSM started.
They're just sending it. They're going straight on in. Kickstart is going to try and lead that charge. It's not necessarily worked out too nicely for New Happy. That third party coming through, perfectly timed from Sonics. They clean it up. They don't lose a player. Now they've got the position, and they've pretty much cleared out that entire side of the zone. They'll be happy with that as a result.
Na'Vi, they're still in the kill feed. They're still in the fight. They're still grabbing a bunch of kills, getting a huge amount of damage. They have 11 kills so far, and we still have 22 players alive. Twisted Minds getting very, very wounded. We did see Petrulian get his 150th kill for PGS.
Lose mollied himself.
But about to go down, it looks like, as last player up. Vay's taking this position, but also very wounded, as 17 Gaming a bit late to the party here, but hey, trying to clean up the kill, clean up the game, get the chicken dinner, that's all that matters.
Better late than never, that is for sure. And in the case of 17, on that late rotate in, looking very healthy at the moment. See how long that lasts.
13 kills.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi's kind of been popping off, haven't they?
Absolutely. They came in, if you remember, they swung in from the north, caught Genji off guard, then Weibo, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. But the Sonics with the nice high ground position, looking at their angle, ready to stop their run. But then does go down. Twisted Minds eliminated in 7th place, 6 teams left up.
Na'Vi feels like the biggest threat at the moment, though they've got a bit of moving and shaking to do coming down from the north. It's been all fun happenings, but sometimes you find yourself in that sticky situation where you've hung out a little bit too long and the rotation comes through a little bit too late, so they lose a player on their way in. Gustav stuck inside basically his coffin at that point. There was nowhere for him to go. FaZe out in 6th place, though he was able to go down swinging. And 17 now starting to emerge maybe from the cover of darkness, keeping themselves pretty chill so far.
A couple of very healthy teams. Sonics are down to 3 and potentially down to 2 if Ming can confirm this knock onto Shrimsy. Actually, that'll drop them down to 1 as it is just H-Win remaining here. Only 3 kills for the Sonics. It's not a bad run so far, but the frags coming out, taking Petrichor out would be a good continuation of this round. The damage is there. Summer should get confirmed, but Ming is still kicking.
Hey, 1 point extra for Sonics. They're not going to be too disappointed about that. They're in that position where they kind of need to take everything that they can get. 17 have lost 1 member in the meanwhile, and they might be about to lose a couple more. VP have got some nice sight lines, and already confirmed. 17 down to just 2 members. They've got to try to fight their way in against Na'Vi as well as VP. It doesn't look like it's going to be a fun place to be.
And VP, they've kind of just been sitting here, letting all the teams fight around them. Granted, they haven't had a strong position in order to have good priority in the fights, have a good sort of advantage in them. But the last team remaining with all 4 members up, so only 2 kills at the moment. Potentially trying to take this game over, but a nice surprise push by Lil Ghost catches Lucarex out, confirms that kill. So what I was just saying, never mind. They're now equalized with most other teams, though they still have the advantage.
Well, they still have a slight advantage, but everyone is hurting at this point in time. You know, sometimes you get to an end game and there's 4 teams of 4 alive. Sometimes you get to an end game and there's 4 teams of duos, basically, at this point. We do have, obviously, VP as a trio, but Sonics, Na'Vi, 17 to round it out, all down to 2.
16 kills for Na'Vi. 16 kills for Na'Vi. They are absolutely dominating this round. I think at this point, oh man, unless one of the other teams just gets all of the kills remaining, Na'Vi are going to win on points regardless of where their final placement is, just in terms of who gets the most in the round. And chicken dinners, we like that, but it's all about getting as many points as possible regardless on what position you end up in. Na'Vi pushing in towards Sonics. 17 could be wrapping up behind that, in the south shift that we saw from Phase 7 does put VP on a nice advantage to hold, play defense, maybe not get as many kills if they are able to get the chicken dinner. But again, if they can get points, convert that second to first, get that 4-point extra from 6 to 10, they'll be happy with that regardless of it being a low kill count win. But we'll see if it gets there to the first place.
Patience of virtue for Sonics right now. They're trying to keep their heads down. H1 very close to these couple of Na'Vi members, hoping that one of them's just going to run over the hill, give up a free knock. Not going to happen. Problem is they can't sort of pressure this at all, otherwise they'll put themselves in the position of VP sightlines. Either way, it's on the backside of that Na'Vi are now pushing their way in onto 17. It's been a fight that's been brewing for a while, and it looks like it's going to be a fight that's going to be won by Na'Vi. Just Suju down low. And that nade will finish it off as well. So clean from Na'Vi, and it just continues to go perfectly for them.
It's not even a fight that was won by Na'Vi, it was a fight that won by Varus, a 1 versus 2 against 17. And I'm not quite sure, but it looked like was aware of 17's push, didn't expect them to be that close. So again, being able to hold on to this game in such a strong way, they are on track to beat Cerberus's record of 20 kills that we saw in PGS 3. I think the record for globals in PUBG history might be 21. And Na'Vi could break that here. They're at 18 kills already.
They need to get every single kill on the way out.
Yeah, but what kills are they not getting?
I mean, that's true. I'm picking up what you're putting down, although I am also feeling that there's a little bit of a stoush brewing between these two duos of Na'Vi and Sonics at the moment. H1, again, as we mentioned, he hasn't moved. He's prone. He's waiting patiently, and he might get his opportunity. Finally, the patience is rewarded. Akatori, the last man standing now for Na'Vi. But he's very low, and this is where you've got to be accelerating as VP. You're hearing this fight, you're thinking there's points on offer, but 2 of them have been stolen away by Sonics. Even still, a 21 kill win is too elusive for Na'Vi. But for VP, it'll be an important couple of points to finish off in the end if they do get this dub over Sonics.
Phase H nudges southwest just a little bit. It's going to be ending close to that road, and I like VP's positioning. They know they have the man advantage, and so they're leaving Nixie behind to just watch for an eastern flank while Ibiza and QZ do push up, but they're not going to overcommit there. They're going to try and hold the center. With the advantage, it could potentially be a slow end game, but they're not going to want to throw anything away.
It's a pretty tough one to win for Sonics, to be fair to them. You know, you don't really have any zone control at all here. You don't have any information necessarily as to where VP are playing, let alone where all 3 of them are playing.
Yeah.
And you've given away your position as well with that last fight. So VP pretty comfortable to just set up and wait for that push on in.
Yeah, but at the same time, how comfortable can you be when you're up against Kickstart and H1?
That's true.
So they know that they have the advantage, but they know that it's not going to be free. It's not going to be free at all, which is why they're waiting for Sonics to be pushed in by the blue, enter into their crossfire, enter into their sightlines.
I mean, it can all turn around in the space of a second or 2, right? A couple of good headshots come through from 1 or 2 of these Sonics players, and you know, maybe if you go from a 3v1 to a 1v2.
Yeah.
And that would be less than ideal, obviously. Kickstart's on his way forward. He'll be making a bit of noise here.
Yeah.
Ibiza has heard that. And he's going to have a cheeky look, though. Has now been spotted out. And see, this is where things get a bit awkward. If Kickstart finds a way to win this fight, which he does, all of a sudden, exactly what we were talking about. It's now down to a 1v1. Kickstart's going to have the time to heal up as well. And if nothing else, he might at least get a couple of knocks that get confirmed into kills on the way out.
Exactly. And could consider going for the revive on H-Win. I'm going to assume that he's going to expect that Nixie was all the way on the south of the road, but the crossover might be caught off guard. The spray comes through.
No way, not quite. No! Doesn't quite get it done. Virtus Pro will still walk away as the victors. It's a 4-kill win. And it was a very near thing as well. But you have to give some credit to the couple of remaining Sonics members for making it so close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at Tickleton's expression, just trying to armchair psychologist here. They don't seem too upset at that.
Nope. I mean, you can't be mad at taking a 2nd place there at all. So, all things considered, I think Sunshine and Roses for Sonics. Yeah. Oh, I mean, obviously for Na'Vi as well. I think we have to talk Na'Vi. That was a fantastic game to kick things off for day 2 of PGS 4.
I might have jinxed it. I might have jinxed them breaking the record. They did get stopped by H1 by Sonics at the end, but regardless, a huge number of points. And this is only game number 1. We have 5 more rounds to go.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro said that if PGS 3 was about the dog days of Cerberus, then PGS 4 was going to be time to bear down. And they do it in the first game. They come out with a big victory, though it got a little tense, and they barely pulled it out.
Oh, you squeezed 2 bear jokes in there.
I know. It's Ursine.
And that was a very, very long... if you look at it, Sonics came in over to the east and were being harassed by Nixie for so long. That was such a prolonged, I guess, firefight, given how it all went through. And it really was just the story of this hillside from about the stage that we're looking at right now. With the way that the hill just kind of sloped in, it made it to where we were looking at 2 separate, I guess, arenas of battle. There was the one that was going over into the north, everything that was going on in the south, and VP just had control of the south for so long.
I mean, they played it well. They had that big spread. I do, want to give some love to what happened with the Sonics and Na'Vi. They had this real 2 versus 2 chess match for a while. I thought Sonics was out of it when that grenade got tossed over there during the Shrimsy Kickstart res. They managed to fight back and put us in a really good end game. You could see the buildup of getting to that point. That's where we lost Taggleton. He then got his coffee. You saw a little sip in that as he watched the end game. But here's where we come down to it. The throwdown here was probably the most important moment.
Yeah, just sneaking up Na'Vi, who was just on an absolute tear. Just picked up so many kills, walked in, managed to just backstab right onto 17 as they were going for Sonics and just opened everything up.
Get 17, and then you've got Ibiza doing his best Bush impression on that rock, hoping no one notices him, and somehow Kickstart wins that fight. And they were able to force a 2v2. They come out with 1v1, and then it is just this beautiful showdown. Kick over the top, did the best that he could, but it was a Kodiak moment, a picture-perfect finish as VP comes away with that chicken dinner. And it's going to start strong for them. I love this.
Yeah, and so much of that game really did come down to Nixie and his performance specifically and making sure to control that eastern front where so much of the firefighting was going on with Sonics, with everything over there. So it's almost poetic that he's the one that had to leave that position, come back in, and finally finish off the Sonics after just throwing bullets at him for, I would say, at least 5 minutes.
And I think the favorite part of all of this is we ran into Scoom, who's here as the coach for Virtus Pro, and said, what's the plan? What's the plan going today? You can't be happy with how the last stage went. He went, plan? Someone has a plan? Maybe they should coach this team. But, the plan was go out there and just play our game. He told us that in PGS 3, we understand how Europe works. We are playing our game there. This is a very different lobby, and now we feel comfortable here.
Look at the control that Na'Vi was putting out inside that 2,600
18 kills. That's bananas.
Game 1 coming in. You're feeling pretty good. That is a momentum game from this point forward.
It was huge. And so I will go back to Na'Vi in a second. Let's give the laurels to the victors, the WWCD team stats. Nixie ultimately comes out as sort of the hero of the match, playing that long-range fight, held the off angle, made Sonic's life miserable in that fight against 17, but ultimately clutches the game.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just... that's just a good read on how the circle was going to play out. They made sure to get the positioning on it and making sure that in the earlier stages they were defending that territory. So as the shifts came down to them, they just know that they had the entirety of the game under control from that point, specifically as it did lean a bit further in south. And no surprise, Nixie was just such a key opponent of everything that they were doing in this.
And I want to give props because there's a very intense moment there. As Nixie's closing, he was playing the anchor, Ibiza goes down, the teammates start to fall, and they had to have the wherewithal to control the comms, to give him the space that he needed to play this 1v1. That grenade, I think it bounced off of Kickstart's head there at the very end. To make that sort of grenade underhand toss and prepare the gun. It was just a beautiful stop to Kick's push.
I mean, and they both players knew. They heard the footsteps on the approach on both sides, and it was just a matter of who managed to get the read out first. And if that nade had just been cooked for half a second longer, it might have been Kickstart.
Well, it's one of those things where I thought Kickstart's push on Ibiza was a great example. He knew that Ibiza was going to go for that grenade. He got underneath it. It got aggressive. So I love that sort of mentality. Sonics is maybe this will kickstart their push into the top of the leaderboard. 14 points, still good for them. VP walks away with 14, but Na'Vi, the big winners here, 23 total points on the back of Hakatori, who was playing so well. Hakatori, kind of a new player to this level, a big favorite for us in the green room. Everyone in the green room loves Hakatori, and seeing him play so well is going to be great on the first one.
Don't quite see Na'Vi manage to make it into the overall total leaderboard yet in the top 12, but they're pretty much going to get there after that game. That is just such a phenomenal opening game for them to manage to put up. And if anything, kind of lets everybody know, okay, Hakatori's on a roll right now. You need to give him some space.
He's roaring, baby. Now, I will say, for those of you at home who are looking at this leaderboard saying, wait a minute, I don't see the teams who just played so good. It's because, remember, our teams in Group C, this is their first time taking the field. So Na'Vi, off the back of one game, has managed to get themselves into 14th position with 23 points. That means they are doing better than a couple of other teams who've had the chance to play 6 already.
That's about as best of a statement as you can make coming out from that. VP also doing good, 14 points. You can see already in 18th place. 17, while we didn't get a chance to really focus in on them too much with all of the, I guess, the action that was going on. Whenever you have somebody, I don't know, walking away with 18 kills in a game, it kind of draws some attention. But they also had a very good introductory game coming out.
Yes.
Specifically ending up in a duo so early.
And it was a tough circle. It was one of those things where once the shift happened, you saw a lot of teams with not a lot of options. We saw Falcons doing some sort of like crazy E-pickup with Sparking flying into the middle of nowhere while the other guys were trying to find a way in. It was just a very tough, sorry, it was TSM that did the weird drop, and then Falcons had to come from the high ground. There was no options for them. And I think that was the story of that end game circle. There wasn't a lot of options, and you had to fight for every inch of it. That's where I think Sonics excelled over a lot of other teams. They had to fight through. We saw the double knock. H-Win went for it and managed to get the res. Tiggleton was on the sidelines, cheering everybody on. But that's something that, we've got a little more used to seeing Tiggleton taking those risks early.
And that's such an interesting hill to have an in-game firefight like that happen on, because there's just not a ton of cover for these players to work on. So they were mostly just trying to use the slope of the hill itself to try to make sightline blocks. And that led into a lot of the movement that we saw, those duos just kind of sneaking around, and why we saw so many teams kind of limping into that late game, because you just had to take a couple of casualties to at least make it to the safety of the hill.
Now let's talk about FaZe. I know you had some insights into FaZe and sort of what they're looking to accomplish here today. They got 6th place on that game.
Yeah, and I don't see that as necessarily the worst thing specifically. You know that this is a squad that wants to perform well internationally. We've often talked about like Sunday. Problem is, whenever you're looking at an event like this, you got to make it to the grand finals for it to be a FaZe Sunday. But they have buckled down in between rounds. All of these teams have, but specifically, whenever I was talking to Gustav, they were trying to make sure that they could squeeze in every single scrim that they could, talking to any team that was trying to step out, because they just wanted to make sure that they came back ready to go for the series.
Now there is Purdy Curdy, who stepped up. I mean, this is a renaissance, man, the rebirth for Purdy Curdy. He's been playing out of his mind. He's been around a long time. He's a consummate hustler, and it feels like he may be in the best form that I have seen him.
I guess it would just say that it feels like TSM is a lot more comfortable. Sometimes it's like a team, I won't say that they get in their own heads or anything else like that, but you can just watch teams play, and there's just like a confidence level and a comfort that comes out. Like, we think that we can take this firefight. We can trust them how to maneuver and coming through, and it's just where TSM is excelling.
And there it is, Na'Vi right now getting the headsets back on. I think the dominant force from the first round. Young Guns here, a team that I think when they put it together, a lot of us thought, okay, I want to see what this team is going to do, and they turned it on way faster than I expected.
Is it too early to be excited for tomorrow and seeing Cerberus and Na'Vi already lining up against each other? If we can see Hackatory do this, I cannot wait to see what he must going to do.
We've only seen one game, Matt, but yes,
I know, but I like to get excited.
It's never too early to get excited. Virtus Pro over here, we got a chance to look at Ibiza earlier. Here's the rest of the team, and again, they played very well. They played smart, and it is time for us to get into the next match, game number 2, with the Cammy D and Elfish Guy.
Indeed, off we go into Miramar for the second time. It is our second opportunity to see how we're going to run away with the matches for B and C groups. Obviously, quite a flamboyant beginning, I think, will be perhaps the word for Na'Vi in particular. But there was a couple of good moments for some other teams in there. Let's see how they shape up here for match 2.
Yeah, mostly impressed about how a couple of teams like FaZe specifically were able to salvage, because it looked really rough for them. They didn't get too many points, but it looked a lot worse before that. And of course, a really, really good finish by VP. He only got 14 points total overall, very low kill count in general. But I harp on this a lot. I probably sound like a broken record at this point. But the 4-point difference between second place, 6 points, to first place, 10 points, plus the 1 to 4 kills that come with it, that conversion to a chicken dinner is huge. So good for them to be able to grab that.
Yes, especially when I have Tig on my fantasy team and I want to get fantasy points, but they didn't get fantasy points, so I'm really sad about that. But we'll talk about that later on. Wasn't a particularly great game for me, actually, all things considered, game 1 today. But, you know, I have faith in the boys.
Yeah.
Going into the rest of the matches today. So a little bit more of a Western playing path this time around. You're going to see teams like Falcons just ult dropping. They're not going to be able to go to Minas Generales. A bit too far of a stretch for them.
Yeah, Sonics as well. They went to Puerto Perico, I believe, the previous game. They're now going up to La Coparia and Circle, El Pozo-ish area. Good for Gen G. Starting off in the middle there. GNL2, two teams. The first two to get eliminated on the first mirror, so going to want to have a nice little turnaround for that.
Does look like New Happy are still on their way to Los Leones, or just outside of Los Leones at the moment, so they're going to at least stretch. They're going to be probably the team that's out towards the west, or the most west kind of position, maybe with the exception being Na'Vi all the way up to the north here, you can see. Again, reminding you that you can tune into the team POVs for those 6 teams today, and that gets changed every day, so yeah, you can see a different team each day if you like, which is always going to be fun.
And now Na'Vi, as you say, most eastern team, most northern team as well, dropping off immediately from the beginning of the plane path. They've been looting for a couple of minutes at this point already. Yeah. They're not the closest position to the circle. It's sort of that middle point of like, do they want to get as much loot as possible, or maybe try and race for a prio spot because they dropped out early? But regardless, they should be feeling good. They had such a good game, number one, even not getting the win, a huge number of points, feeling confident, feeling great.
This scoreboard is absolutely crazy. Na'Vi in 14, 23 points, 1 match played.
Yeah.
DK, 24.7 matches played. So you've already got a team like right hot on your heels, and they've only played 1 game. That's not a very good feeling. Either way, something that they're going to have to improve upon. 5 games remaining, though, for those teams from Group B.
Yeah, they got to make every single one of them count. We do have an interview coming up in just a couple of moments with the newly introduced player for Angry Man, Bobo. 10K on Fantasy, a steal.
的站位问题吧，以及我和阿伟的前点配合吧。今天打的其实确实还行吧，最后一把只是磕个人细节，然后就这些。应该是有的吧，因为我之前跟周平跟幻神也是打了挺多的吧。自信的话，按今天这种表现，应该是99%吧，还有0.1可能是出现一点圈形问题吧。
99% confidence, that's a pretty good place to be in.
Yeah.
I think I'll take that. If I was 99% confident in my daily life, I think I could get a lot more done as well.
Hey, do not discount that 1% luck. 1% luck can go a long way, but Yang currently overlooking Gen G. Perhaps opportunity to catch Rex or Tosi out, but looking in the wrong direction. I think Tosi was out in the open for a brief second there.
What is it? 1% luck, 20% skill, 100% concentrated power of will. I think that's what he needs going into this game. And if they can make that work, then they're going to be all good. And hey, sitting in 3rd overall for the standings is definitely not a bad place to be if you're 4 AM. But I digress. Eyes on the prize for Na'Vi at the moment. Hakatori, the one that got so many accolades from the analyst desk in that last segment. But of course, the rest of Na'Vi as well. The supporting act, they were getting work done too. It's been a fantastic start to the day for Na'Vi. Maybe a little bit of a slower start for TSM, but you know the thing I guess identified with TSM yesterday was they either go big or they go home, right? They won or they didn't really do a huge amount. Yesterday they were able to win a couple of times. One of them maybe got a little bit lucky with the circles, but see if they can bring that same consistency into today. And to be honest, they don't necessarily need to. I guess they're in a pretty comfortable position, 2nd on the overall leaderboard. Even if they sort of have a middling day today, they've probably already got enough points to make it through to the all-important matches.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to approach any stage of PUBG as a way of trying to play not to lose. It's something that we've realized very early on as... Oh, it's a little bit of a preview of the previous match. Sorry, I looked down for half a second. I got surprised there. But if we saw the end, if you guys recall back to the end of PGS 3, just reminded admitted that on the final day because they had such a solid lead, but they focused on not losing rather than playing to get the most points. And so the same thing for TSM here, even though they basically already qualified, but as far as maintaining that discipline of playing out that way, as we do have Bobo, the man himself, once again, 1st kill of the match.
Yeah, and unfortunately for DK, the woes will continue. Starlord out of the picture, 1st player gone this time around. Took a little bit less time than it did for game 1 of the day.
Just a little bit.
Legacy going to be doing some aerial scouting.
Yeah, we've seen Legacy do this before, I believe. We've seen it a couple of times. A few teams do it regionally. No one really does it too much in globals because of how dangerous it is. I believe it was Legacy that did it in PGS 3 at least one round, but we'll see what information LFP can get. With Dragunov, could try and do a little bit of drive-by, headshot bolt action from the sky. I mean, it's a DMR, but we know it's kind of a bolt.
Well, GNL are going to try to force 4AM away from their position, at least initially. It is a bit of a split, really. It was just Roy actually up there. Kama close by as well to assist. Quite the split actually from GNL. They're trying to take up quite a lot of territory and sort of corralling 4AM into a 2-2 split across the road. But honestly, not a bad place to end up if you're 4AM.
No, it's not. It's not. This is a weird circle to play with because El Pozo is a pretty impactful part of point of interest in the map. But there is the western border of all of Miramar that is not. It's not a non-zero factor in this. So playing around a couple of different points of interest in game number one. Ooh, we get a second glider here. VP also in the skies.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting zones where, like this, I find is where you tend to get some of the more chaotic games. If it continues to push out west as much as it possibly can, it gets really dicey for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Already, like only, you know, maybe 60% of that zone is actually playable.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It have some areas that are quite open on that west side, as we do see New Happy and Weibo drive next to each other. A couple of traded shots, but teams pulled away. They don't want to commit to this. They just want to find their way in peacefully. We have 2 minutes before phase 1 closes, and we have all but one team that is actually inside the zone. So very fast rotations coming out of this game.
Kind of have to with a zone like this.
Yeah.
Once you lose control of potential locations, it's very hard to get them back because it's just, what's the word, a cluster of fun, let's just say.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of dead zones here. Nixie from the sky taking some shots on Gizera, fighting over who's going to have aerial supremacy.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, they're actually chasing him down. They're going for this kill.
Yeah.
And they're up against the border. They're up against the ridge line. So that's limited threats of third-party action. Lucarex with a nice knock on Gizera. That's going to be an easy confirm as Ibiza takes that point, throws it officially on the scoreboard.
If there was an example of knowledge being power, that is exactly it, right? You get all of that information from the glider in the sky. They recognize he's solo, he's isolated, doesn't have any teammates to help him out. Boys go get him. And, well, they did get him, and they might have an opportunity for another one. Surely not. No, you don't let this happen twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah, I don't know what VHD and Legacy were thinking, because he could have left at any time.
Yeah.
A couple of moments, and only when they were on, like, knocking on his door did he decide, you know what, maybe I should get out of this position. Unforced error at this point, and already 2 kills down. VP potentially looking for more.
Yeah, Nixie's, I mean, he's flying above Legacy at the moment. He'll be aware that that rotation has gone where it's gone. So I wonder if we see VP looking indeed for more. I mean, you can see him. He's watching. He knows exactly where they are. Could be the 4-2 crash, but either way, we'll turn our attention back toward FaZe, who are pretty much the last team making their rotation in.
Coming in with an E pickup, but they're coming in late. They're coming in last. Curious to see where they will go. They could pull now and end up on the rocks just outside of El Pozo. Could be a strong position if it goes east, but they're so close to the end of phase 1. Exactly. They're waiting for zone 2. Hard shift down south. Great for New Happy. Great for 17.
Maybe not great for FaZe. It's going to be quite the rotation for them. VP also quickly on their way down south. Nixie still eyes in the sky. It's like having like a police chopper or something patrolling the highway just to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. Oh no, don't tell me. What is going on? What is going on? Legacy are just having the most tragic of games. Oh, okay, they get a trade back. They get something out of it, although maybe not quickly enough. Lucarex is trying to save his teammate. He hasn't quite gotten there in time. Ibiza will fall for VP, but my God, what a rough game that was for Legacy. And now FaZe, they're going to drop right on top of Genji. This is madness. Ada down straight away. Corexi, he's got himself one. Barbo down on the ground as well. It is disaster for Genji. Rex at least is able to trade one back on in, but FaZe have just completely bamboozled Genji.
How are they getting away with this? They've lost Gustav, so at least something is going to be affecting FaZe full time, but there's no way that Gen G should have let that happen. They're down to 2 at this point. I understand that they were in an uncomfortable position because of so many teams all around Monte Nuevo, dead center of FaZe number 2, but still, you got to have your eyes on the sky. If you hear a helicopter coming on through, you hear a plane coming through, you have to be aware of the threat of an E pickup.
Yeah, I don't half mind that though from FaZe, right? They've got to take a bit of a risk as that team that's
absolutely.
coming in late, and they drop straight in onto Monte Nuevo. They only lose 1 player for it, and they picked up 2 kills. I think you can call that a pass score as far as the result is concerned, given that they get a position center of his own.
Yeah. Adding the positioning along with the 2 points, losing 1 player for it, I think Gustav will say, you know what, I'll give my life away from that.
You take it.
Worthy sacrifice.
You know, it's not perfect, but it's something. And Rello might be in a bit of trouble here. Kickstart with the spray outside of the window, but no shots landing, so in the end, Falcons will maintain 4 players alive. Looks like Sonics are kind of looking for a position to finish off their rotation at the moment. It might end up just being a 2-2 split. Kickstart Quinn down south, Shrimsy Tig up toward the north.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of these different teams are teasing around the high ground area above Monte Nuevo. There's that whole rock stretch that exits down south of that area. VP are also in tow around that position too, as Na'Vi. Again, they're the winners of game number 1. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got the most points, and that's what you look for in a win. But wait, whoa, how did that tiger get popped?
Same kind of style though for Na'Vi, right out towards the edge of the zone, coming in late. Lucarux needs to be careful here. Has copped a couple of shots on the way in from Rello. Falcons don't really have the members in position to help him out though. He's up on the high ground, so might just have to dip quickly.
Janelle, not a good start for them. Roy is going to hold on, though. 2 kills, 2 knocks. Should be able to flush those down for 4 a.m. And, man, it was looking really bad for half a second there. They didn't want to go out in 16th place 2 games in a row. Or, well, it would have been 15th this time.
TSM's on the way. They've heard these shots, and they are coming a sniffing. The dinner bell has been rung. Batulans is also up the top on the high ground, and that's going to be the end of GNL. He is doing what he does best here, Batulans, as we know.
Yep.
Infamous.
Mountain goat himself.
For it. But I think, yeah, having a little bit of an overlook of this exact engagement that's happening at the moment might give him a little bit more of an opportunity to pick up some points. TSM are not releasing that pressure off of 4 a.m.
They know they're wounded. They know that's an easy pickings here, and that's only going to free up even more space on the north with this central phase 3. Again, most of the pressure is going to be in the center in Monte Nuevo. 4AM are eliminated. A nice spray at the end by Luke 12, and outside of Twisted Minds, no one else is going to be in the north.
Mixie, not long for this world. Give the kill to Tig for my fantasy points. There you go. Love to see it. Happy days.
The kill does still go to H1 of fantasy, but
it's about the message,
yes,
you know?
Yes, exactly.
He needs the confidence. You know, he needs the confidence frags. Build him up. It doesn't matter.
Well, Virtus Pro, they need the confidence because they are currently proning down, but having lost 2 players already, not a lot of agency on multiple angles surrounding their position. Can't blame them too much for this one. Already 4 kills, 4 points, so not the worst for them. Maybe they can just climb up a couple of placements and it'll make it an okay game for them.
Here's a question. Does the damage that he does to the knocked player count?
I don't think so. But I'm not entirely sure.
See, I'm down bad, you know what I mean? After game 1, so I'm kind of hoping for anything.
Hey, you started a better position than I did. So.
It's fair.
As the desk just would not let it go and let me forget about it.
I've got to take that small win, though, to be quite honest with you, because normally I start well on the fantasy, and then it goes pretty poorly from there on out for some reason. And that may be because I picked based on the fact that I'm Australian. But don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. You shouldn't worry about it.
Listen, you're going to get a win at some point. Just keep trying.
Sonics are on their way in, though. They've grouped up as 4. They had, as we saw on the minimap there, the observers were showing us quite a big split, which was giving them a fair bit of information. But eventually you've got to make your move in. And they've done a pretty good job of that. There's not really a whole lot going on where they are. Sure, they're out on the edge, but they'll be more than happy with the position that they found themselves in, at least as far as position to move off of is concerned.
Yeah, getting that kill into Virtus Pro definitely helped them all consolidate their position to a key spot on the high ground. Once they push over, find that industrial area with the towers that the VP had just left is clear. They can use that high ground, grab some more information. It's obviously not going to be great if the shift goes to the northeast, as we see a replay of that northern fight between GNL, 4AM, TSM, and a little bit of Bot 2. A little bit of Bot 2.
Pero waiting in the wings as well, in somewhat of a similar position as Sonics. You know, they're not really in the thick of things. They're kind of just waiting to see what's going to happen with this next zone, which will be in about 10 seconds or so. Obviously, they'll be hoping that it's going to be a south pool. And it is a possibility.
Yeah.
TSM on the northern side alongside Twisted Minds are going to be the benefactors of the zone shift.
Oh, we doing it again? If you guys don't remember, PGS 3 Twisted Minds won a game from this exact same compound. It was a game that I am confident saying, I am comfortable saying was a hard-fed game. You got to win the games that you got to win. But that's a very strong compound if it stays in the zone. We'll see how many kills they can pick up because there's going to be a lot of fighting on Monte Nuevo, or rather trying to exit it. But Weibo and New Happy, they avoided the fight earlier. They can't avoid it anymore.
Yeah, the nade's going back and forth, and New Happy through theirs a little earlier than Weibo Gaming did, and that is going to be the difference maker. Both Mamu and Cold going down instantly.
And watch Pero. They're third partying in this. They saw the opportunity. They saw New Happy rush out across that road, and they're going to collapse it from the opposite side. December 12th gone down.
Yeah, it was looking so good for New Happy for a moment, but indeed, you're right. That third party from Pero is going to be a spanner in the works. Ning with the nade in. Doesn't quite manage to land it now. It's going to drop down to the low ground instead. And so Pero have been successful so far in this crash.
Man, almost goes down, is still alive. First aid kit popped at the perfect time, but Summer is ready to take that space. And no one can help. Non out. Smokes to potentially cross the road, but that frag grenade is looking good.
Other chip damage onto Nan, who's hiding inside that smoke, trying to heal up as much as possible. Might be able to get some cover from his teammates. Ling Ming and Longsker on the other side. And there's a brief moment of opportunity, which is taken and run with. There was really no getting out of there, let's be real for Nan. I was selling a porky pie.
Yeah, I mean, he survived for half a second longer than I expected him to, but regardless, Longsker, Ming Ming, last two up.
And in fact, Pero have actually recognized that they have a bit of an opportunity ahead here. They're going to push their way across that road. Summer doesn't know exactly where these two New Happy members are, but the nade could potentially flush one out. That'll do a bit of damage. Ling Ming down to half HP. And here comes Ike's left. One down, one to go. Longsker, the last man standing for New Happy, will try to stand and deliver, but has nowhere to go. And it is Pero that will eliminate their Chinese counterparts.
Once again, Falcons up against DK, and there's no immediate 4 AM to spoil it this time around. Sorload's already gone down. Yurian is holding the angle here, but Falcons are not on the push just yet. A great frag grenade from Mime is going to knock Soul. Americano is going to be there for the revive.
Yeah, another opening for Falcons in this rivalry, which seems to be building throughout PGS 4. Rello's like really in the thick of things. What is going on here?
Trying to take the space.
Yeah, they haven't quite managed to push their way up just yet. Flood can't quite find the trade. He's looking for it again. The reswing has to come through. Surely Mime, full health. He's going to go around the corner. The Dragonov was coming out to try and make anything happen, but Mime will lock it down. There's a couple of shots in from Americano. Falcons are very wounded. They are bleeding. They are hurting. They are trying to find any way to get through this fight. It might be off the back of Flood. He needs to double down. Soul pushes his way forward and gets rid of Falcons. It was a messy fight indeed. Neither team will walk away happy, because especially now, what we can see is VP pushing their way in.
I mean, Falcons at least get a couple of kills from that. 2 on the board, but Soul, as you say, is the last one up for DK. They're not going to have a great game themselves, even though, I mean, being able to turn that fight around, still a good moment there at least. But a shotgun in play. DK is ready for the push by VP. It's only 2 still remaining. A bit of a door open as a bait.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Now it's 1 versus 1. Aware that the shotgun is in play. How does that affect Virtus Pro's approach?
I don't think they want to keep going.
Not anymore.
Definitely not. Just going to try and find the revive. There's only 2 Virtus Pro members. Only at the door for good measure, though. Soul? Also not particularly interested in trying to force the issue here. Try and keep his head down as much as possible. Actually going to use this as a chance to make a move into the zone. Going to have to break that window. So that's going to be information for everyone around. But clears out the building. It's a start.
And aware that Virtus.pro needs to push still through essentially the same direction here to get into the zone. There's only a small little edge of Montenuevo, or at least this block of it, that is in phase number 5. As Sonic's also on the push. H-Win with a Panzerfaust in hand, sends it in, deals a little bit of damage to Corexi. Doesn't get the knock, but how does the follow-up from Sonic's look?
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage on the cross. There's a nade high in the sky. It won't quite finish off Tigor Quinn, and we might actually see a bit of back and forth artillery going through the buildings. None of these nades really doing too much. Corexi and Cheems might be in a bit of spot of bother there. The blue zone nade, not a huge deal for Tiverton.
I mean, it deals good damage, but unless it's doubled up, it's really straightforward how to survive through a single blue zone grenade. But VP now with the side angle. A lot of smoke's already out. Corexi did get a knock on Shrimzy, and the blue is now approaching from the backside, and frags coming out from Virtus.pro. This could be a rough situation for the Sonics.
Oh, that could indeed. Those nades are looking pretty good. It's just not quite bounced around the corner well enough. The angle is a little bit awkward. James is using the opportunity to push his way forward into a position that Sonics kind of think that they've cleared out with some nades earlier on. See whether or not that comes into play. VP still being a bit of a nuisance on this crossfire angle. Sonics have got to make their push, and they've got to do it quickly. Zone is at their backs, and it is moving. They've healed themselves up, and they're going to wolf pack it as 4 and just try to trade down as best as they can. The angles for FaZe, all important, of course, but the smoke as well, keeping both teams at bay and fairly healthy. Rexy jump up into the window and have a little bit of a look. Sparking's actually managed to get a knock onto Quinn, and Tiggleton down as well. It's fallen apart for Sonics. It was always going to be tough with a push like that one, but look at that angle that TSM have got. It's a perfect firing line into where Sonics was going. They've kind of turned into fish in a barrel in a sense.
It's not looking great for any of these teams, despite Sonics. Of course, that push got installed in the third party from VP, but VP now got wounded. FaZe got wounded. The Soul is looking to pick up a couple of this, and Kickstart Horn of the Angle does get eliminated by Corexi. Again, just too shy of having a good point grab for the squad, and they are running out of time.
Yeah, it's a bit messy on that side of Montenuevo. Pero not interested in heading in that direction at all. I mean, it's pretty slim pickings as far as this zone is concerned, but they have found a little dip to play with in the middle of the field. The smokes are obviously going to get tossed down to try to help on out. But this is, yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. And the thing is, like, Pero is one of the first movers out of the southern side, so everyone else behind them is going to get even worse options.
I guess, but at the same time, it could overwhelm Petrichor Road at some point. Hopefully you expect that they can get more kills from this position. And also, it's not like they had any other move, but they have their eyes on all directions around them, not just because of the vulnerability to the high ground to the north, but of course any potential sends from the south phase with a little bit of recovery. Still 3 of them standing. Watching for the last member of DK, last member of VP, looking for 17 if they're going to have an angle onto this. Just wait to see who is going to be the last team to leave. Couple of shots coming out. Just trying to find a little bit of damage here and there. In FaZe, you can see they have a little bit of a corner in play, though the exit could be a little tricky. Not the easiest to jump over this fence, especially with QZ on the prowl, and Soul as well, even opting to run back into the blue for a better angle.
Yeah, he can give himself a little brief moment of respite to pop a first aid kit before he pushes his way across this road. I don't know that he's going to be able to make it. Have to be pretty lucky, hoping that no one's watching, but even if not one of the 2 teams close by, it would be TSM from way downtown. So he ends up giving up his life to the zone. Nades in the direction of Pero, not quite going to make the distance. QZ also deciding to go down to the blue. What is the option of choice for Na'Vi? They've got 4 alive, so it's certainly not going to be their choice.
Wait a second. Mortar coming out from Example. Wonder where this is going to land, where this is going to go. It looks perfect. It's right in the dip.
Just managed to get 2 knocks with it. Already Pero under the pump, and this is exactly what you said. It might just become a little bit too much for them. Once teams start to rotate their way in, you know, they're going to be all headed in the same direction, so revive potentially on some on off, and Na'Vi gets eliminated on the back lines as well. They just capitulate from 4 alive to 0 alive. But here goes 17 on their way. Low HP on a couple of members, but they have managed to duck their way into some relative modes of safety for a second.
And while all this is happening, all of this field ending, TSM has been farming kills, farming damage. They've been involved in every single fight. They have 6 kills at the moment. See how many more that they can get, as there's not a single team that is comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, you talked about Twisted Minds and whether or not they could win from the same compound that they had previously. It's not going to be the case this time around. Zone's well and truly shifted away from them. Who does the zone now favor? Well, it has to be the aforementioned TSM. To have Rex from Gen G sitting inside the zone, but he is just a solo. And for everyone else down south, Pero, 17, FaZe, it is a long road ahead.
Petrichor Road got a couple of revives. They were looking a lot worse for wear. Looks like Twisted Minds ran out of mortars, and Perfectix goes down to TSM again. TSM are the very, like, godmothers, the guardian angels. I mean, I'd say of everyone, but they're also shooting at everyone again, so I don't know, catch-22, I suppose. Double-edged sword.
Might have to revisit that one. Look at this again. I mean, it's TSM, isn't it? Like you say, just wherever you look, whoever's POV you look at, they've got someone to shoot at. It was FaZe, it was Twisted Minds, it was Pero. 17's gone in 6th place. Pero surviving for the moment.
Yeah, and actually Petrichor Road have more kills than TSM. They have 10 at the moment. They picked up so many points from this round, and they have yet to be in what I would call a dominant position. They have just scrapped their way through into this field and a huge number of points. How much longer can they survive, however? Can they make it to top 4? Can they make it to top 3? Maybe even 2nd place? First might be a bit too much to ask. But we'll see, because Twisted Minds now, next team standing in their way between Petrichor Road and the zone. They are out of vehicles, destroyed by the mortars, and they are going to deny to the blue.
Yeah, they're going to deny. TSM are pushing their way forward. Rex, his position is known. That'll be an easy cleanup for TSM. 1 extra point in the back pocket. 3 teams remain, although, let's be real, it is only 2 teams, plus Jeems.
Wait, Petrichor Road's deny actually beat Gen G. It was a second later, so they still at least got 3rd.
You take that. That's a win. Couple of extra points on the board. 9 kills, though, for TSM. It's not going to be a 20-kill win or anything like that, but it's still a very solid number.
Oh, yeah.
If they can convert.
Which they should be able. Maybe
You'd think so.
Too soon. Alo holding the back line with the Overwatch position alongside Luke 12 as Kurt just pushes center. Push, push, push. Taking that space.
Luke's only got 23 shots left in that mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect from Purdy Curdy. Super easy. And it's just Bartulin's left standing for Twisted Minds, although that might not be for a whole lot longer. Look at all the artillery that's getting thrown in. Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off. It is TSM that will, without a doubt, win this game. 1,000 damage from Purdy. And Jeems, well, he's ready. He knows exactly which way this is going to go.
Already dropped down to about 20 HP. This should be an easy finish there. Alo at the final angle. As fed as you could argue they got. The team play that we saw at the end to get every single kill point available, all the damage, not giving a single opportunity for a steal from Twisted Minds, from Petrichor Road, for anyone else in the game. What a great finish by TSM.
I mean, you know what, the thing is, like, people will say, you get fed this and that, and that's fair, that's viable, but it's what you do with that as well, right? You can get fed and you can win a game, and you can do it with 4 kills, or potentially maybe only 1 kill. In this case, TSM do much more than that. They were very involved, a lot of damage. They were really dictating how the majority of that game played out.
Yeah, and it's not just TSM that had a good game. Still looking at Petrichor Road, looking at Twisted Minds, putting themselves in a 3rd place with a good number of kills themselves. So we have 4 games left to go for today. 4 games left for Group B to see if they can put themselves in the best position possible here at PGS 4 Groups.
I keep hearing people say that TSM is getting fed, but I contend that they are feasting. And it's because these boys are hungry. They did well in group stages last time. They struggled in the finals, and now they're here to make a statement. On the back of the IGL, the Renaissance man himself, Purdy Curdy, leading the team with those grenades, a massive kill count, a huge chicken dinner, and a dominant performance so far at PGS 4.
IGL, by the way, only like 9 kills, walking out, taking on squads by himself with those nades. We've made a lot of conversation with TSM and their level of control that they can have with throwables. But in that late game session, they were just one of the control points for, I would say, about Circle 4, whenever we saw everything moved into kind of shift to that field. They were holding that northwestern area, and it was just on lockdown, and nobody could come through.
It was a beautiful game. It wasn't easy to start with, a very tough circle. We saw all kinds of incredible things. The FaZe emergency pickup drop onto Gen G. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. In fact, let's talk about it now. I remember that drop by FaZe. It was in the middle of town. And one of the fun things that we've got going on here today is Saga, who is not casting. He kind of has the day off, but he's not doing that. He's actually sitting in the back right now. He's watching those team feeds. So when something interesting happens, he's giving us the what was FaZe saying. And what they were saying is, as they came in, FaZe said, we saw one car leave. We know there's only 1 or 2 people there. Prepare for combat the second you land. And they basically took this e-pickup blind, but had all the information they needed by the time they hit the ground.
And I just have to say, the southeastern area of the circle was just brutal to watch. Petrichor Road had to fight through, I want to say, like 4 or 5 different teams after getting around what was going on with Monte Nuevo, which was its own independent mess that didn't even manage to make it into the late game. It was just so brutal for so many of the squads, but I want to make sure that we give a shout out to Petrichor Road. They had a hellacious push that they had to make, and they were managing to pick up kill upon kill and managing to scavenge their way through it.
Absolutely, and that's the thing about Petrichor Road. They were scrappy from start to finish. They found a spot in the field that, honestly, I forgot even existed.
True.
And they crawled out there and managed to get point after point after point that they needed. And that's what you have to respect, right? That's something that Cerberus, I think, does better than anybody right now, is when the game's not working in their favor for the dinner, they find as many points as they possibly can. And we're seeing that from these teams. But I will say this, C has entered the lobby. C seems to be ready to play. C has been watching and making book. And I'm still kind of getting excited about some teams like Virtus Pro who are making that statement that, you know what, group stages was a fluke. On the opposite of that, we got TSM who's making the statement that, hey, group stages shows what we are. Finals was a fluke.
And this is what I want from TSM. Whenever teams start getting in control of the leaderboard, just start asserting authority on everything around you. Make sure that you punish everything. Get as used to you as you can to fighting every single team, every single firefight. Start getting into their heads. Make them start to be a bit afraid of you as the firefights come out. And I gotta say, TSM is definitely doing that. Just running down into the field with nades. Purdy by himself, he's like, no, I got that whole squad. And there was just cars bouncing all over the place with just perfectly tossed nade upon nade.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's like his like dream, right? Well, when he goes to sleep at night, Purdy dreams of a backpack full of grenades and a bunch of folks hunkered down in the field. So they played that very, very well, and I had to double check the notes because I want to make sure I was right about this because it's just so crazy to me. TSM has played 8 games here in the group stages and has 3 chicken dinners to go along with that. Now let's look at those numbers.
3,000 damage?
A lot of damage.
3,000 damage. That is absolutely brutal to have to deal with. Petrichor Road, no surprise on their damage numbers, given how far that walkout that they had to do was so hard. Twisted Minds, we didn't get a chance to really talk about too much. They had control over that northeastern area, and again, a lot of lockdown on it, but as the circles were kind of shifting, everybody just kind of started avoiding that area. So they were doing a good job of controlling the territory around, but TSM, look, 1,000 damage.
Yo, so
just by yourself, Purdy.
Here's the deal.
By yourself.
Purdy Curdy. I'm calling him the Renaissance Man because he is undergoing a career renaissance right now. He is back on top. He's playing out of his mind. He is leading so well. Last night he tweeted, because he put, this is I love, okay? I hate when players don't put themselves on their own fantasy roster. He has himself captain on his own roster because he said, and this is a quote, if I don't believe in myself, who will believe in me? I think we believe in you now, Purdy. But that is what I love. That confidence, the willingness to put himself out there and believe that he knows what he can do and he can win these fights.
Imagine being poor Alo, who wasn't pulling her weight in damage because you only got 470 or something else like that. It's got to step those numbers up if you're wanting to stay on TSM, jokes aside. He's doing great. But Purdy, man, I love that this level, because he's always been one of those players that loves to kind of separate out, try to make a play, try to set up something. and now it is all just gelling around him to give him that capabilities. The rest of the squad also just has magnificent firepower to support. If he wants to make that run out and go for the nade, you've got just a line of bullets and support locked down the location.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at those numbers. 24 points goes the way of TSM. The rich get richer in that context. Petrichor goes from nothing to something with 14 points. They make a lot out of a molehill. FaZe looking good again. You said that they were training, they were practicing. It seems to be paying off. Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard. TSM, remember, they have more games than some of our other teams. The most possible we could play is 8. Looking beautiful at 86 freaking points. The cutoff was 54 at PGS 3, so I think they're okay.
I want to point out that we already have Na'Vi into the top 12 on game number 2 for them, so respect for that one. On the climb, teams that are kind of in that middling position, you know, we're wanting to try to get a bit more. I know the fact that Sonics, while they haven't been able to pick up some decent points, they're wanting way more because this is their last day of play.
Well, and it's also, I mean, today is way better than yesterday already. They're putting in better plays, they're making better moves, they're getting to the late game more often, so it feels like Sonics woke up. But that's, you know, for those of us who come from North America, we are not unaccustomed to Sonics turning on day 2 and then putting up some numbers. So we'll see what happens as their day continues. You can see, remember, if you're watching at home, that matches number there right next to total score is very important because we are tracking teams that are playing in sort of different days. So if your team only has 2 and they're in the bottom, don't stress out just yet. There's plenty of time for them to get back into this thing. If you have a team that has that 8 next to their number, though, you got to start watching because it means that if they don't make moves in the next 4 games, that's all they get. They've got to watch the last 6 from home.
And it's getting to be problematic for a couple of them. You can see it's still sitting over there on our second screen whenever you've already played 8 games means that you've got to make these last 4 really, really matter. And now we're going to be moving into, I guess, our 2 new maps to follow into this one.
We're going to the snowy slopes of Vikendi next.
And that means the pressure is going to mount even more because that's one where we can't have the highest amount of success rate all the time.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to find out when we come back from this short break. We're moving to our 3rd match of the day on the snowy slopes of Vikendi. So don't go anywhere.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air and Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air and Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
The question was if I had any hobbies outside of the game, and one of my favorite hobbies is playing water polo. It's a very contact-heavy sport, and I really love it.
At home, all I do is pretty much go to the gym and hang out with my girlfriend. That's about it. Watch some movies, stuff like that.
I like to go fishing every day. I haven't been able to fish here because we've been busy, but I would love to.
Somehow he still smells like fish.
그냥 친구들이랑 놀기? 아무 생각 없이 노는 걸 좀 좋아해가지고. 아, 진짜 맞추는 거예요? 뭐야? 야, 겉은 뾰족한데 안에는 뭔가 막 뭐가 붙는데 손에? 아, 씨.
파인애플?
응, 맞아요. 아,รู้แล้วอุ๊ยยากมากเลยอ่ะไม่รู้เลยอ่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวเราต้องถูกแล้วใช่ไหมครับถูกแล้วครับ
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before that you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. We outside. We out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. We outside.
Welcome back on in. It's PGS 4 and we're back on desk. How you doing? It's feeling pretty good in the studio at the moment, particularly if you're a TSM fan. They've had another good game for themselves. What is that? 3 out of 7 so far. 8. Yeah, quick maths on broadcast, never a good idea. 3 out of 8 though is a pretty damn good conversion rate.
Yeah, keeping that rate up. They got 2 yesterday. What's one more today? See how many more they can get. We got 4 matches coming on up. We're heading away from Miramar.
Indeed.
But, I mean, it's been a while since that roster, TSM, STK, whatever you want to call them, were Miramar experts. At this point, even though we have more maps, you kind of just need to be good at all of them.
I mean, I think the thing is, at the end of the day, right, you're bringing together a level of consistency over a couple of days now, and that's obviously a really good sign for them. On the other side of the coin, there's going to be a few teams here that maybe are bringing together a level of consistency, but it might not be the kind of consistency that they want to see. So, something that we'll have to kind of take into account. I want to kind of keep an eye on those teams that have played yesterday and today and are coming into now their final 4 games, basically needing a big win or two to kind of stay in the running.
Sonics being one of them. Again, 2nd place on PGS 3. They're not in a terrible position, but it is one that I'm sure their fans and themselves are not the most comfortable with. I don't quite recall where the 16-point cutoff was at PGS 3, where to expect it here at PGS 4. I'm assuming you're gonna want to be above 60 to be safe at all. And so I think, what are Sonics at? Like upper 30s? They need better games to end the day for sure.
I can have a quick look at PGS 3 and see where we were at. The points cutoff was 54. So Weibo in 16th on 54. So I guess that's a good sort of place to angle towards.
So yeah, very much in reach for Sonics as well as multiple teams in Group B.
Yep.
And they look happy.
They
Not too stressed, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was talking to them just before they came here today, and they seem to be in pretty good spirits. But let's see how we go as we head on to Vikendi. It is time to get a little bit cooler in here, which, you know, might not actually be the worst thing in the world. It's nice and nice and toasty in the studio.
Studio lights, usual broadcast problems.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, the players seem to be pretty happy. They're making a lot of noise, yelling and screaming, as they tend to prior to every single game, to try to hype themselves up, get ready to go. And yeah, well, staring down the barrel of a defeat for a few of these teams that have, as we've said, already played one day. It's kind of keep an eye on D+, I think, in particular. They've been a little bit slow today. Weibo Gaming as well. We'll be seeing them pick the pace up a little bit. GNL, Legacy. These are the kinds of teams that, at the moment, are kind of in desperate need of some points.
So if you're looking at the map, looking at all the different dots scattered around, or the expected traditional drop spots, Leveni, Sonics, and VP, it looks like Sonics are going to be pulling away from that one, dropping out early and putting themselves towards the east on the coastline there, not too far away from their American brothers of Falcons, who, as far as a team that needs to have some good games, they've had a couple of moments, mostly against DK, that start off okay, but if you get to really snowball that into a strong showing. It's only been 2 rounds for them so far, so, you know, alarm bells shouldn't be happening just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a funny sort of position to be in for Falcons, right? Because, yeah, they do need some good games, but they've also got tomorrow to play as well, so they have that in the back pocket. And I feel like they've been putting themselves in some good positions, but they just haven't been converting on them.
Yeah, they're at least looking to take fights. That's where you want to see teams actually enter into engagements, not trying to run away from them. The one thing that I would be concerned about for the Falcons, though, is that Groups A, B, and C, every single one of those groups in the order that you play, whether it's day 1, day 2, or day 2, day 3, or 1 and 3, has its upsides and its downsides. The downsides for Group C is that you start playing later than everyone else, which means that if a team has a lead, has a good position on the leaderboard already after day 1, they can target you and keep you from having good games. So if Falcons continue to struggle throughout today and need tomorrow to be able to qualify, we could easily see teams int into them, essentially, to keep them from getting to the grand finals, because we know how good of players they are. They could be threats if they make it there.
That's fair. I always appreciate watching the driving in PUBG. Just watching Chewy, he was getting some mad air on the slopes, and then he drove straight into a tree. It was just awesome to watch.
It's always great.
It's amusing, indeed.
Yeah, recognizing when players are looking at the map.
Speaking of consistency, Na'Vi weren't quite able to double down on their pretty amazing opening to the day, but I guess all things considered, still not a disappointing performance over the first 2 maps when we take them both into consideration. Genji, on the other hand, have been a little bit slow. Like to see things maybe pick up on their behalf.
Stella, okay, Stella at least has a weapon, multiple weapons.
Still wouldn't want to get spotted in this position.
No, not at all. Xiaowu driving on by, a very early rotation by 17 to get into the center of the zone. We didn't comment on it when we saw it, but phase 1, southwest of Vikendi, centered up, not, Decamesto is not exactly dead center, but it's close enough, we'll call it.
I mean, is Stella going to try something here?
Looking like it.
Could be an angle.
Yeah, sneaking up behind Xiaowu, looking to try and catch them off guard. We saw GNL look at Genji. The previous Miramar didn't come anything of that yet, but yeah, Suju just behind.
Oh no. Oh no. Have you bitten off a little bit more than you can chew here, Stella, I think? Hasn't yet been spotted would be my assumption.
I don't know. Suju stopped early, and now Xiaowu looking around. I think Stella might have, might be in the middle of something dangerous.
Yeah, maybe. Suju not really looking in his direction, though. You'd think if he had spotted him, he would be looking kind of directly at him, but maybe just doing a bit of scouting. Either way, keep an eye on things here.
Yeah, actually, okay, no, you're right. Suju looking entirely different direction, so I think Stella might just be hidden, but with the rest of 17 arriving. But okay, backup is coming for Stella. It could potentially be a 4 versus 4, and if GNL go fast, they could try and just push onto Xiaowu solo, but instead they're going into the rest of 17.
I don't know if they are they fully aware that all 3 of them are here? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, Roy is going to pop that nade over the top. I don't know that that's going to catch anyone with their pants down. In fact, he himself has copped a couple of shots already. It's not a great start for GNL, and Hammer in all sorts of trouble, just in a massive crossfire. 17 well and truly taking control of this fight right now. A bit of a messy spray in the end. Stella will survive and actually gets the knock onto Show.
Yeah, at least makes it a 1-for-1 in the moment. I'm still shocked that GNL didn't send it on to Xiao Wu,
What
but
is going on?
great hold by Stella. Catches Suju on the cross.
This is so messy. This is just unbelievably messy. And in the end, Stella, who was kind of the one that started all of this, is also the one that is kind of ending it all. That's 3 knocks now, and Roy just needs a couple more bullets to make it happen onto Lil Ghost. Gets the angle, the shots coming through from 17 onto the knocked players, but Roy is really struggling to finish off this final kill. Eventually we'll get it done, and 17 is eliminated at the hands of GNL, who do lose 1 player for it, but a 1-player loss for 4 points, especially in the position that GNL are in, given that they need a lot of points, could maybe be considered worth it.
Yeah, I think it's still mostly fine if we ignore how it happened, because it was a messy start, a messy ending, messy all the way through. I still don't quite understand why they didn't... They knew that Xiao Wu was alone. Why didn't... I mean, they came out very well on top of that when GNL could have easily gone the opposite direction. And it's possible that they wanted to send it onto the main force of 17 to get as many points as possible, but that's a risky move in Phase 1.
Yeah, almost definitely. Well, Legacy, they're another one of the teams that we kind of highlighted at the start of the day would need to get a bit of work done, and I don't think that that's really come together for them. We talked about all of the issues that they were having on Miramar with the glider shenanigans from Virtus Pro.
Hey, Ibiza said, I talked to Ibiza right after this game, he said free airplane, which it is indeed, but now Lucarux holding off against Na'Vi.
Not Hakatori, he's our favorite. He's down low, this could be dangerous. VP are gonna push off the back of that as well. QZ and Lucarex ready, and they are willing as well. Nixie will get the knock. That almost certainly is gonna be a dead Hakatori. The rest of Na'Vi were quite far away, so they'll get away scot-free, but 3 point for VP, and disappointment for the green room.
They back away, they don't overcommit. They push Na'Vi away, they take the 3 point, and then they put themselves back into a rotating position to get into the zone. A lot of teams already stacked up in the center there, and Gen G find a multi-drop. What did he grab? It's Ghillie Suit, of course, but what else? As we also see Vegetable Road.
What is going on?
Crashing onto Twisted Minds. Perfectix has gone down.
This is just completely the opposite of what we saw on Game 1 of the day. Game 1, you couldn't buy a kill in the first 5 minutes. Now we've had about 15 fights in the last 2. Obviously, that's a bit over the top, but either way, it's been a very bloodthirsty start to Vikendi. Bera, though, happy with the reward that they get from for themselves. Nice little compound, almost center of the zone. Bit of extra loot as well.
Yeah, go take that.
Not too bad.
It is very strange when you compare Miramar to Vikendi. Miramar, no one fights because of how open and wide it is. There's so much space to share. But Vikendi, there was something about the cold. People just want to get inside the compound so aggressively that they are willing to fight over them earlier than you would expect or really see on any other map. Petrichor Road still just playing around. I don't imagine they would want to move too far from their position. It's close enough to center.
Wow,
and it's the hard cover, and even though oftentimes hardcover, what I call hardcover, basically playing in a compound, playing in a building, it feels claustrophobic at times. The biggest benefit is that it is highly reduces the chances of getting third-partied. Whereas on the hilltop that we see Seoul playing around, you got a lot more movement. You can sort of pick and choose what angles you're playing around. You're not limited to peeking out of a window that someone could be holding an angle onto you. Right. At the same time, you never know if another team is going to have the same sight lines from like 360 degrees around you.
D+, very important game for them. Highlighted them at the start of this match and said it's kind of time to do or die, essentially, for these guys. Obviously, they've got only a few games left after this one, 3 games left after this. And they're really struggling today. They struggled a bit yesterday in a position where they might miss out on making it through to the final lobby again. FaZe coming in from North again. The last rotator, basically. So 2 games in a row for FaZe. They're happy to play slow.
Very much so. Some free space around their area, not too worried. Looking at James, who routinely, unfortunately, can be the first one to die oftentimes for FaZe. Did happen to be the last one up last game, so I guess it could go either
did a great
way.
job.
Yeah. No, FaZe definitely salvaged that round very well, looking to be in a good position. Currently in 19th place with only 2 games played, so still has some work to do, but good trajectory so far.
Get a bit of bear pov. Oh, have you ever had a day like that on the Stairmaster where you're just working so hard, and you're just like, nah, I can't be bothered. I'm not doing it anymore.
Right, taking a break.
I'm out. I think many people can relate.
If not friend, why friend-shaped?
It's true. Very cute indeed, but D plus Kia, not so cute for them at the moment.
No,
high pressure indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for a fight, looking for angles. A couple of shots onto Sonics as we do see phase number 2 about to lock into play as this fight is happening just around Winery. And it's an okay fight to take because the circle does continue to favor this direction.
Well, at this point in time, actually, I think neither team really wants to take the fight anymore. They'd rather be scurrying into an earlier position that they can set up in. Shrimpsy's still going to fire a few shots off, but by and large, the rest of Sonics are already on the move, and that's fair enough. That is a nice feed in the direction of those teams on the south side, and they have to take as much of it as they can.
Yeah. Sonics backing away into Winery as DK plus went to the west. A couple of scattered compounds around there as we go back to phase, rotating in again from the north. Very dangerously close to 4 a.m. Both these teams going to be looking to come in likely from the northwest angle. But TSM have already set up shop there as VP now drive directly into Weibo. Shots come out.
Yeah, QZ, he's been run over as well. Ibiza gets run over by his teammate. I thought QZ might have given himself a little bit more time with that cheeky defensive driving maneuver, but I don't know that that's going to work out for Virtus Pro, and they are indeed finished off very quick, smart. Spaceman knocked from beyond the grave, but it's fine. Weibo Gaming, that was the perfect camp setup.
Yeah, really good hold there. They get the nice little 4, not 3 points, but straightforward to get on the north. We'll see if 4 a.m. want to push on for that, but not enough damage came out from VP, I think, to incentivize them for taking this move. Cold also holding point, making sure that 4 a.m. can't get too close before they start to fire some shots their direction. Could be parting some exit gifts as they go, just to remind them, hey, we're still here, we're still ready to fight. Don't test us.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough as well. You know, 4 a.m. were definitely lurking. And if they would have seen maybe one more knock, I think they go off of the back of it. But they knew that Weibo was pretty healthy still.
Yeah.
Not really going to commit to that one, so off we go.
Instead, they just sending into Decamesto, which New Happy and GNL have already been playing. But there's enough space here to share. And as long as 4 a.m. don't commit their vehicles too deep, their exit shouldn't be too hard to do. Just again, coming back out that west edge of that city. Na'Vi also want to rotate themselves. Lost that player earlier, unfortunately for them, but they found a more free entrance point into the zone, swinging down south.
Yeah, it's extremely hard south, isn't it? I wonder where they're going to opt to come in. I hope they're not thinking about going in the direction of Winery, because that has been locked down by Sonics. Looks like they're going to go past it anyway. And out on the western side of the map, FaZe are doing much the same thing. Just skirting the edge. Does have a big snowstorm in front of them, so they're going to have to pull in somewhere prior to that, ideally.
A lot of tall hills in this area of Vikendi, not dissimilar to the southwest of Miramar, with the very dramatic high-low. It's a bit more stretched out here as far as the valleys are concerned, but with the high ground found by FaZe. But 4 a.m., they are pushing deep right into New Happy. They don't seem to be aware of this at all.
And they're not, but they are now. Unfortunately, the information has cost them lives. Ming Ming and Longsker are finding one apiece, and there's really just nothing you can do about that as 4 a.m. They're trying to set themselves up with a 2-2 across the road, but they walk right into a New Happy who's not moving, who's just sitting there, not making any sound. And it's pretty unfortunate, but you lose 2 players, and there is literally nothing they could have done.
Yeah, and I don't really understand why 4 a.m. were incentivized to push through the city anyway. How much?
Well, so maybe you don't do that, but
or maybe they expected this circle shift to happen toward the northeast. That keeps Decamesto in play. New Happy's position is now a lot better. Unfortunately for 4 a.m., they got to run away, tail between their legs, losing God V and the new arrival of Bobo.
Just got to be a little bit quicker about it next time, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess.
Do be like that sometimes. Fortune favors the bold. Although maybe not in this case, because I would say 4 a.m. were quite bold by running around in Decamesto, but Fortune did not favor them. Weibo Gaming, on the other hand, though, have been pretty happy with the proceedings so far, rotating into the northern side of Decamesto.
And they know that 4 a.m., who also arrived, lost 2 players. So that's a good decision by them to be able to potentially take over some space depending on where 4 a.m. are actually holding out, as D+ also pushing through the wide open area. Gen G with the lines onto this cross. Starlord goes down, immediately confirmed.
Yeah, he can't get any luck, can he? I think he was one of the first players knocked in the last map as well. And this one, you know, just on the rotation past Gen G, it wasn't even really anything too egregious. Just got sniped out the vehicle, and what can you do?
Yeah.
So D+ are having a real roughie. It's not good news. Because again, we'll reiterate, they're one of those teams that kind of needs points out of this game. So far not getting them.
Well, we'll see what they can grab from this field spread, but already hiding out in separate positions around hay bales and abandoned tractors. Not looking like a confident play at the moment. At least FaZe now pushing into Petrichor Road. Grenades immediately coming out. They are aware of the fight that they are entering into.
Pero don't seem to be too scared of this fight.
No, not at all. Except looking for a nice low ground angle, but Gusev's watching for it.
Yeah, Chewy as well, copying a couple of shots. Courtesy of Corexi, who's on a bit of a mission at the moment. Trying to get some space. You do also kind of have to be aware that Gen G are looking at this fight. Toasty's firing some shots in the direction of FaZe. So that'll be a little bit of a pain point. I'd say FaZe are probably pretty happy with the fact that Pero's not pushing the issue here, because they don't want to get stuck between two teams that are shooting at them, even if it is only Toasty with, you know, a couple of like pot shots here and there.
Yeah. I think Toasty might have backed away as well. Again, the wide open space and the threat of a couple of other teams coming in from the south. Alo now sending it in to Deca. A few extra teams being added into the mix here. Mambu's gone down. That's 2 down for Weibo.
Yeah, TSM. Again, the team to beat at the moment, it seems, and Spaceman is trying to hold them off. Not going to have much luck of that. Look at TSM working in unison, and again, it's Purdy, who has been copping so much praise throughout PGS 3 and 4. Putting his name up on that kill feed for all the right reasons. Confirms the kill onto Spaceman. Luke 12 gets a knock onto Cold. Nothing is going wrong for TSM.
Yeah, it's all falling into their lap. I mean, they're putting in the work. They're doing the sends. They're dealing the blows. They're dealing the damage. They're throwing the grenades to finally get the last kill onto Weibo. Shen running away, hiding out in the farm. And again, Kurt's just grabbing all of the kills.
One more to find. He has been knocked by Ming Ming. Smokes up, and unfortunately, that sounds a bit like a cast the curse to me.
A little bit. It's hard because Bobo was on my squad, Kurt's on my squad, but Ming Ming's my captain, so...
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Yeah.
Take the wins with the losses. Do be like that sometimes. Twisted Minds have now joined the fray in this FaZe X Pero romance. Starting to sound a bit like a romance novel. There's 3 involved.
Ooh la la.
Yeah. Who gets away with the big win, though? Does Twisted Minds get the girl? Find out on the next episode. It is just 3 members of Twisted Minds, though, it has to be said. Perfectix out of the picture for the moment.
Right. Shots from example isn't able to get the knock. But look at Lu and Batu, all sort of spread extended positions, looking for those initial openings that they can grab on the Petrichor Road, because if they just have to run in without a single knock going their way, they have a huge disadvantage here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a bit more of an awkward spot for Twisted Minds than either of the other 2 teams that were somewhat involved. We'll turn our attention back towards the Weibo X TSM fight, and it's gone a bit awkward, actually, for TSM. Alo down, Luke 12 also knocked. Maybe he can crawl his way in. I'm not sure what the angles are looking like onto his position, but either way, we'll turn our attention away from that. And it is the 12 that does actually get finished off in the end. New Happy, though, putting a bit of hurt into Pero, sparking solo for TSM. So it wasn't quite the fairy tale finish for TSM here on Vikendi.
Nah, but, you know, they're in such a comfortable spot, going for whatever aggressive fights that they want. Perhaps a little bit over-aggressive in this instance. We'll see what Sparking can salvage at this point on. 150 kill total, for example, here at the PGS. The PGS so far.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, unfortunately, not 151, because he's just been taken out by Ming, so he might just be sitting on 150 for another half an hour or so. Won't get the chance to play this game out, which sucks for Twisted Minds. Down to 2, and they are in all sorts of trouble. Look at the crossfires that are being established, the control that's being taken by Pero. Even an Orm is not going to save you here, Lou.
But this is absolute chaos all of a sudden in the Northwest. Everyone's fighting over this one hill. Lou, the last one up for Twisted Minds, as Na'Vi go down in 12th, and Twisted Minds, not too long after, it's Corexi gets the last kill on their European Patriots, I suppose, but grenades continue to fly between Petrichor and FaZe.
There's a good one from Gustav, straight onto Aix left, and Pero they're just done. They're just doomed. Boom, off you go. See you later. FaZe win the battle on the northern side, although they've got more to come.
Yeah, Sonics are hoping to push off the back of this and pick off a potentially wounded FaZe, but FaZe still have all 4 left to stand. They attention towards New Happy, leaving Decamesto.
Relo's farming, by the way. I've just been watching him in the kill feed. I think he's basically held off Legacy single-handedly. Did get a bit of help there in the end, but certainly did a good job. His FaZe, though, of course, the team that we are keeping our eyes on at the moment because they just seem to be in the thick of things. How can you possibly hope to get away with this one?
M249 for James, good shots, good push, but great counter grenades by New Happy. James is now down. Gustav trying to defend that position.
Yeah, that's the definition of counter battery, I think, when you fire a couple of shots off and then the artillery barrage comes back in response. Already FaZe down 1 member. Got to be aware of what's happening behind them as well, with Sonic's kind of keeping things interested. You almost need a little bit of a lucky shot or a lucky nade in here from FaZe to bail him out of this trouble. James is nowhere near being rezzed at this point in time.
New Happy are too close for that to be done safely, and just look at the Sonics.
Wow,
they are salivating, sharks circling the water, but Gustav has gone down. That is 2 on the floor for FaZe, and the push is looking that much more comfortable for New Happy. But a nice counter from Don has dropped.
Yeah, this is what Sonics wants to see, though. The frags going back and forth. FaZe, if they can pick up one more here, that might be the go signal for Sonics. They'd be aware that there'll be probably 2 teams that are wounded on the other side of this engagement. None might be rezzable, though the nades are going back in their direction, and perhaps not quite deep enough in the end. Fex doesn't want to push forward. He doesn't know what kind of angles he's been opening himself up to if he pushes over that hill. So both teams take a brief moment of respite to see if they can resuscitate their wounded mates.
And yeah, Fex just keeps looking at the exit of Decamesto, and rightfully so, because there is still GNL that needs to leave that position. But Americano also with the slow sneak up of DK, putting a stop to FaZe's attempted resurgence. Falcons are annihilated on the east side, trying to cross over that field. And Kickstart looking to pick up Sonic's first kill point of the match, unable to steal that knock away just yet.
Man, this is an incredibly messy game. Look at how many players we've got left remaining. We're only 22 minutes into the game, 19 only alive.
Oh!
Panzerfaust out, it's hit James, but Bullets came from Tickleton in the end to get that knock. That should surely be finished off and will be. FaZe finally look like they're going to unfortunately get knocked out here, as both teams are now pushing their way in. H1 did get knocked by FaZe, and New Happy are the ones that might be singing the victory songs in a moment, because they're pushing their way up the hill and looking for that fight up against Sonics.
Ooh, Longsker pushing forward, gonna stop the revive. Shrimsy has to pull off of H-Win. High ground peak, not countered by Tickleton in time, and Nan is also there. It's Kickstart, last member up for the Sonics, but do not think that New Happy are out of trouble just yet, because GNL and DK are still on the push.
I'm amazed that DK are still alive. It is just Soul, is it? Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore because they're all dead. Yeah, GNL, well, sort of on the push, but they are only a duo, so they might have missed their window here. The res has come through for New Happy, and they're all back to some full strength is what I was going to say, but Longsker getting taken down pretty quick. Smart. That might just change things up a little bit. Hammer pushing his way forward with the AUG in hand.
Drops the smoke as well to make New Happy's peak from that high side a little more uncomfortable. But they are stalling for the revive again, trying to keep it full strength. They know that GNL, or at least should be aware that GNL, are wounded.
Yeah.
So using a nice opportunity to just further snowball that man advantage, that resource advantage they have to play with.
Great work from Gen G, though. In the meanwhile, they have taken pretty much the entire map, or at least the entirety of the next zone. Barpo pushing forward, gets that freebie on to Stella. Easy kill in the end. And this is, at the moment, Gen G's game to lose. They were a team that we highlighted at the start of this map and said, you have to play well here.
We were watching New Happy this whole time, and rightfully so. They have 12 kills. They've been in the fight this whole thing. But Gen G as well, as you say, lower down on the leaderboard. Second day of play, need to have an amazing day. 8 kills on the board. A nice position here to get the chicken dinner. They're on the low ground, but they have a nice spread to set up that crossfire and really defend their position. We'll see how much damage Kickstart can do against New Happy to really tell how much of a fight New Happy can put up with at the end.
Yeah, well, that'll be the big question mark here. Is Kickstart going to come into play Undoubtedly, he's just proning somewhere behind. It is behind a vehicle in this case. New Happy would know that there's somebody somewhere. Holding onto the nade. When does that get tossed? He's pulled the pin. Oh, he's actually going to stand up as well and take the fight. Oh! Doesn't quite get the knock.
So close.
Such a near thing.
That grenade looks good. Maybe not good enough. Only deals a little bit of damage to Nan. Now the flood of New Happy players is up and over.
Well, only one place he can really be, and that's inside the smoke, so Ming will make short work of Kickstart. It's disappointment, really, for Gen G, who were hoping to see a bit of an easier finish to this game. Now, they'll have to win the 4-on-4.
But look at Barpo. Barpo swinging over the high side, backfilling New Happy as long as the rest of Gen G can hold on for a couple of more seconds. His high ground peak could be advantageous.
Am I reading that right? Gen G has 14 grenades still. They might not need them, but I tell you what, it's not bad to have in your back pocket when you're in the 4-on-4 as the end of the game is about to ensue. This is going to be absolutely cooked for New Happy. They have nowhere to play, and they are being corralled and put into a basket for Gen G. They are the fish in that basket. It's going to be very easy fishing for Gen G at this point in time, you'd think, though. They have lost Rex.
Yeah. It's not the cleanest, but again, with all those grenades, they are just piling it in. So much explosive damage. December 12th and Ming just proning down to eliminate as much of those frag grenade damage as possible. But still, killing spree for Gen G. Barpo sitting on 6 kills total. December 12th is able to answer back. It's a second knock onto Adder.
Oh man, this is starting to get a little bit messier for Gen G than you'd like to see. Rex should be rezzed in just a second, but I tell you what, December 12th and Ming making this one a bit more difficult for Gen G than they would think.
Tosi can't quite get that knock. That would have been crucial. December 12th is still standing, barely, life hanging on by a thread, but at least one of the revives onto Gen G was able to come through.
Yeah, his own shift is going to come into play now as well. Ming, if he gets one more knock, it could be dangerous. Will fall though, and now, surely, almost assuredly, it is the game for Gen G. It took a little while to get there, but they pick up the 12-kill win.
Good finish at the end there. New Happy put up a really big fight. But again, just that spread of angles, the crossfire, despite being on the low ground, compared to New Happy's limited position they could play from, Gen G had the advantage in the end, were able to secure that chicken dinner, and a much-needed chicken dinner for the Korean squad.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give some credit, though, to the New Happy. It was a damn good fight. Sonics, I don't know, I mean, trying to gauge a bit of a reaction from them there. Not looking so fantastic.
Yeah. That should have been a round that they were able to get more points off of it. A lost fight. They should have gotten at least a couple of extra kills onto FaZe versus New Happy.
Yeah, they'll be thinking about that for sure. But Gen G, you know, first games obviously at PGS 4 for them today. And they'll be pretty okay with the proceedings so far.
All right, 3 games left. Everyone don't go anywhere. Got Taco and Erangel. Stop.
Gen G takes home a big win on the snowy slopes of Vikendi as they come out with a very important chicken dinner and a big stack of kills to go with it.
I mean, just an overall stellar performance coming out from them. It did get dicey at the end. Let's be honest with that one. They were very separated out, and New Happy was just coming down as a stack, and it made it a little bit problematic.
No, let's do it. Dig in. I want you to walk me through that end game because it was a unique 4v4, and what do you think of the way that Gen G handled it?
Well, to start off with, I do want to point out New Happy and the role that they got started right there. But at this point, there were so many firefights that were happening on that northwestern hillside that Gen G had split it. They had sent one member up to the northeast, one member right along the hillside, and one down to the southwest. And then I think it was Adder that was playing very far to the southeast where nobody was at. He didn't have good covering lines. And where New Happy was playing, they were doing a great job of reading through to really deny out any angles for him. So it really opened up a lot more of the, while the man advantage did lean into Gen G, It was New Happy playing this hillside that you can see right there playing from, where Gen G was so far separated out. And while, yes, it did give them the control, look at the stage right now. That's what I'm talking about with the mini-map. See how Adder was so far away? That's what allowed New Happy to get a bit of more control in this one. Sure, Gen G did get it back at the very end, but it was way riskier than I think that they wanted it.
I get that. I do think I see a little bit of where Gen G's coming from, this idea that they know because they're counting numbers, hopefully they're tracking the kill feed, that there's a one-off up there somewhere. And they know that the rest of the map is completely clear because of that spread. So I do think there's some value to saying, okay, we're going to let whoever this random person is, they probably knew it was Sonics, start that fight. And then because the way the ridge is designed, they really can see everything, right? So I do like that collapse. They had time to set up there. You saw those like portable barriers going up. That said, they did send that player to the south. The risk of the single knock did put them into a 3v2. Ultimately, though, I think Gen G just knew, especially with the MG3 able to hold down a high ground position. Like, if you haven't used that gun, if you drop into prone and just unleash, I even crouch, to be honest, that thing is absolutely brutal to hold a position. So I get where Gen G's coming from, and ultimately it did pay off, but New Happy did put them to the test with that one.
And New Happy, I mean, in and of themselves, that was a very interesting set of firefights. They were the aggressors in so many of those. They were the ones that were moving in, trying to make sure that they could pick up kills, specifically making sure to third party extremely efficiently, using the Vikendi and the hillsides to their advantage and just try to swoop in and pick up kills as they could.
Let's look at the kills that were picked up. Gen G walks away with 12 kills and 2,000 damage. Beautifully done. New Happy with 14 kills, so both of the teams that got to the bitter end doing a really nice job. We got the 6 picked up for GNL, and Sonics only walks away with 1. Kickstart, I think, almost had a couple of really interesting moments against New Happy there at the end, but I mean, that was a tall order that I don't think anybody was going to be able to fill.
And Barvo putting up some damage of his own inside that, picking up 6 kills.
Nice.
Overall, you can see that while they did have that very separated hillside, they were forcing a lot of the fights over into the northwest on the opposite side of that hill. And due to that, that's where we kept seeing those cluster of fights that New Happy was very, very involved in. So really, it's the Gen G control and the damage that they were putting out there that was allowing New Happy to kind of run rampant on the other side of the hill.
Absolutely. They're wearing those Global Academy jerseys. I love that Barpo, the man of the match, has a little bit of a darker jersey. It's almost like they're like, hey, man, we know that you've got the frag power. I want you to look a little bit like you're a standout, and he is a standout in that game. 829 damage. Excellent play. Now, my question is, will we continue to see Gen G putting up these numbers? I hope so, because it wasn't like that was a walk in the park necessarily. They had to really fight for that endgame.
I mean, Vikendi can be problematic to play in the later stages, specifically with the way those hillsides. They did a really good job on reading how the circle was probably going to fall out and making sure to get control over that area right along the edge, making sure to really start to assert that authority. We can see the damage numbers that kind of leans into that. But I do agree. Like, let's be honest, PGS 3 didn't go the way that they wanted. Gen G fans are not happy right now, but this game makes all of those fans feel way better.
They made finals 16th, though. You know, no one's ever happy with that. We were kind of talking to Green about how, like, it feels like culture has shifted in the last decade or so to, like, if you're not first, what does it even matter anymore? And remember, there's a lot on the line here, so just getting to finals is an accomplishment among the best teams in the world. But Gen G is not going to be happy with that. Their fans won't be, and they expect better from themselves.
I mean, I think everybody does.
Everybody does. Look at where they stand on the overall leaderboard in just a second. This is everyone right now. TSM continuing the climb at 90. Remember, if it says 6 there, here's what I love, though. Cerberus has now 3 less games played than the 3 teams surrounding them on the leaderboard, and they're still in second place. Like, these guys are monstrosities, but we already knew that. Gen G, off the back of that game, is going to climb up to 14th place with only 3 games, literally on the tail of Na'Vi, who we talked about in the last game. Made massive gains in those first 2.
And you can see it's a lot more split with Gen G. They managed to pick up some placement points. The kills haven't been too stacked. They're making sure to play the game as evenly as possible as they progress forward.
Now, I get often accused of favoritism for the Americas, and I'm going to go ahead and take the opposite of that right now and point to the Falcons and say, what the hell is going on? They're in last place right now. Yes, it's only 3 games in, but I expected so much more from this roster based on what I saw at PGC, the amount of skill in these players. They didn't make it out of groups last time, and I'm starting to worry it's going to happen again.
Yeah, let's be honest, the bottom 3, I think that a lot of us were expecting to be a lot more active just in general right now in these first couple of games for them. Falcons, though, the reason why I think that they're drawing a lot of eye is they've been putting themselves in positions that are winnable. Like, very, very strong positions that as the game were to progress past that mid-game section could really put them in a chance to, like, get control of the entirety of the end game. It's just as the swarm comes down, they're losing a member here or there that's just not letting them sustain in a way. But at a certain point, everybody was doing it. We saw in the Miramar games that everybody was getting picked apart inside of that one, so you can't use that as an excuse. I am just hoping the fact that maybe it's just warming back up, but I don't know.
I mean, and that's it. When a lobby is this strong, there are not a lot of options. Now, we are seeing FaZe. Jeems there on the camera right now. You know, we watched earlier that first game, he got killed early on. We went back and watched the stream, and it was kind of like a Jeems saying, hey, I think I can make a play on this guy. And it feels a little bit like FaZe is in that right now. They seem like they're clicking, they're working better, but there's still just a little bit of a defragmentation. Will they fix that? Who finds out? It is time for our fourth game. Let's head to Tego with your casting duo, Elvish Guy and the Cammy D.
Indeed, off we go into Tego for the only time tonight, of course. Once per evening, we get treated to a bit of Vikendi and Tego, but there are a few teams that are going to be looking at this and maybe getting a little bit worried because their run at PGS4 is coming to a close.
Yeah, getting close there, and as you can see, the plane path very far to the east, but Tego, where we almost considered FaZe and Petrichor Road, they were dueling here. Same drop spot throughout the entirety of PGS3. FaZe already dropping out of the plane path. They're going to pull away from it. They told me before this, they need to get the points, and they don't want to incentivize either Pero or TSM, who have kind of trolled that hot drop multiple times in PGS3 to try and spoil their run, so they're going to go immediately to a different spot.
Great stuff from the observers, also highlighting exactly what we're talking about. And yeah, I think the TSM factor is especially a big factor now as well, after having seen them have a pretty good start to the day. You know, we've continued to highlight TSM, you know, obviously having been a driving force behind this lobby so far today. And they will potentially be looking for a bit of extra damage if the opportunity presents itself, right? They can play a little bit more freely. Now, I'm honestly a little bit distracted because there's still some screaming happening on the stage, and I'm wondering what it is for. Why are there some people screaming on stage? Not really much seems to be happening on the map.
Observer's also highlighting a spot where a number of teams are getting quite close to each other. I expect them to be spreading out. Genji is already pushing to the north to Kodok, and Falcons, they tend to drop Palace, so I expect them to be continuing to fly that direction as well, as the circle ends up dead center. Dead center. The most center you can ever expect on Tego.
Yeah, well, happy days for the vast majority of teams in that case.
And happy days for you guys if you want to go to PUBGesports.com to watch the multi-view of the 6 teams on your screen. Get their perspective, get their comms, that's the most important thing, and really figure out how these top teams are able to play at such a high level.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a treat to listen to the comms. I think that's the biggest factor for me as well. Used to be something that, you know, you had to kind of like know a team and be pretty comfortable with them, because a lot of teams, you know, they didn't really want you to listen to their comms, and I think that's fair enough. But now, you can do it from the comfort of your own home, which is pretty nifty in my opinion. New Happy were pretty nifty in that last game as well. I mean, they did pretty well for themselves, taking that second. It's certainly not a shabby result. 25 points for them at the moment, but they've still got a bunch of games yet to play as well, so not in a bad spot.
Yeah, well, first New Happy, now Ibiza, Virtus Pro. Let's hear from Ibiza on what he has to say about their game so far.
I don't think we prepared enough. I would have liked to scream a little bit more as a team. Also, we couldn't really get like any momentum going in the games. We started with some bad games all the time. I don't think our mentality was too bad. It was just hard to get a good game. I mean, to be fair, yeah, that game was the best. I mean, it definitely gave us a lot of confidence. And I know we can qualify for the next finals. We just needed this week to prepare a little bit, and I have a good feeling about it. Obviously, Cerberus, they just won. They played excellent. Like, they played really good. Sonics and Twisted are right behind there. And of course, us. I really want us to be in the next top 4. I think we can do it if we start off good, because we're kind of a momentum team. And yeah.
Well, it's been going pretty okay for VP today, sitting in 8th overall for this lobby, but obviously 18th, considering they didn't get to play yesterday.
Yeah. 20 points in 3 games is okay. I'm trying to run the quick numbers on that. That would, at this rate, it would put them at 80 points. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never mind, that's actually really good. Never mind, take that back.
Yep. Quick maths on stream.
Like, we got to stop doing it. It never works.
Yeah, 20 points over the 3 games. You really can't be too disappointed by that one at all. Although, what you do have to bear in mind is a lot of that actually comes from the win. They got a 4-kill win, so that'd be what, 16 points, and then only another 4 points from the other 2 games.
Yeah.
So maybe that consistency isn't quite there, and the numbers are fudged a little bit because of the small sample size. 4AM on the other hand, I mean, they're continuing to sort of chug along quite nicely. We were talking about that cutoff point being, what was it, 54 points for PGS 3 to make it into the final lobby. Well, they've already passed that. Pero doing the same, and obviously TSM well and truly passed it. So you'd look at that and say those 3 teams are probably the 3 teams from this lobby that are more or less secure to go through to the top 16.
I mean, TSM, they have nothing to play for at this point. Already 90 points, but even Petrichor Road and 4AM.
Fantasy points.
Fantasy points, yeah, sure. But for Petrichor Road and 4AM, they are over that cutoff, but not comfortably so. But if either of them, or perhaps both, have a good game here on Tago, they're going to have freedom to kind of do whatever they want onto Erangel, which includes potentially going, targeting teams who they don't want to see in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. Most definitely.
Ooh, wait,
keep an eye on how that plays out.
Getting those tires.
Shut the tires. Get those tires.
Shoot the tires. Always be shooting tires. That's rule number 1 of PUBG. At least if I were ever to coach a team, which probably won't ever happen because all the players heard me just say that just now.
Probably one of those rules for life that, or rather, rules for PUBG that don't translate into rules for life. I would suggest.
Yeah, don't. I mean, I'd say you don't want to shoot a lot of things in your life.
Most definitely. Na'Vi on their way past D+. And again, I know it sounds a bit like a broken record at this point, but D+, 3 games to go, 35 points. Yeah. Still about 20-ish off of the cutoff from PGS 3, which, again, that's not even necessarily a guarantee.
Yeah.
You know, you might be wanting to probably make it to about 65.
Yeah.
To feel safe.
And you can do that in 3 games.
Oh, easily.
But they got to start here. And StarLord doing a good job of avoiding Na'Vi's rotation because it's only 2 members of DK on this corner here that Na'Vi just passed through the bridge. The rest are still following up and a long way away at Shipyard. So even though you could see it as potentially an opportunity of catching Na'Vi on the rotate, similar to how VP did on the previous game, you don't want to invite Na'Vi to just 180 and take you out in return. So good, safe play by DK.
Nice position for Na'Vi to do some scouting from as well. Nice high ground. Eyes in the sky from Firest. Legacy in close proximity with Petrichor Road.
Multi-drop, P90, love to see that. Hopefully has many opportunities to fire their weapon, and it is the single greatest weapon in the game. So certainly excited to grab that. Even if the bullets are limited, being unique.
Traffic jam.
Bullets there from they can find only in the crate, not on the ground.
Well, Gen.G, despite some issues in the driving department, have a fairly safe rotation ahead of them, or they might run into FaZe in some way, shape, or form. James is kind of in the direction that they're going, but I don't imagine that FaZe really want to have a bar of this. They're also more than interested with their own rotations at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen so far today, FaZe very much playing into arriving late and trying to set themselves up for a more edge position coming into the mid game. And so, yeah, unless they had the perfect opportunity onto Gen.G, probably not going to take it. But TSM, they're going to be more active in the fights in the early game, again, because they're just sitting on 90 points. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Have a bit of fun. Maybe it's a good sort of scrim set for them as well, right?
Yeah.
It's like match practice.
Yeah.
Let's take some sort of, not awkward fights necessarily, but maybe if you're in a really, really big spot of bother on the overall leaderboard, you might not take certain fights. Whereas when you're at this point, you can take it a bit more freely and say, well, it doesn't really matter. Maybe this will be a good test for us to just, you know, practice our setups potentially. Halo was the bait all along.
All along, not even close. Not a worry in the world, but Shuri's there trying to counteract. It's actually going to be VHC from Legacy to stop Petrichor Road on that push. First kill of the match is going to go to Luke 12 as Ming gets finished out. The question is, with TSM in such a comfortable position, do Petrichor Road expect them to come into this fight?
As a Luke 12 picker, you love to see it. Purdy as well, I'm sure in quite a few fantasy teams, is wanting to get into the thick of things here, but he might actually be able to steal this kill away if he's quick about it. Are they aware that Chewy's been knocked out in the field? Maybe not, but he is headed in that direction, and the shots from VHC, not
he
quite
gets it!
there. He steals it away.
Oh, that's a heartbreak for Legacy. They need every single point that they can get, but TSM is not letting up on the gas pedal at all. They want all of them.
There's got to be a tilter, right? Because Legacy, come on, these guys do not need any more points.
Yeah, come on, share, please.
Like, you really don't.
Petrichor Road now running away. Only 2 of them left standing, and they are nowhere near each other. These last 2 members, Left and Summer. So very much a salvage game from them here on out. Again, 59 points. Should be mostly comfortable, but still, you want to be in a better position at that to be able to sleep comfortably tonight.
Yeah, it's the anti-Robin Hood. Steal from the poor and give to the rich. But what's new these days, hey? But we'll just move on past that one because that is a zone shift and a half. Oh my word. Falcons.
They were ready to cross the bridge, but now with a shift like this, I guess you just hold on to the coast. I don't even know what the best spot would be. We do have a rotate from New Happy coming in on the north side. VP also going to be taking the jump bridge across, but I imagine most teams could potentially be fighting out towards the south around GNL and Sonics, where they're currently holed up on. There it is.
Oh, don't know if I'd be trying that. Looks like a bit of a dodgy truck.
Yeah, not in that vehicle for sure.
New Happy on the way past. Don't look like they want to pull up and deal with Virtus Pro here, and that might not be a bad shout. Ming in danger of getting pit maneuvered right there, but he'll be okay. And so too will VP, which is the important talking point. So we'll have about 3 teams set up on the northern side before the vast majority are able to try to make their cross happen.
I mean, I don't think there's a single team that's going to be comfortable in a circle like this.
Oh no.
There's no way to confirm that it's going to go north or south, at least not now on Phase 2. We'll see if Phase 3 answers some questions on that, and as Legacy are able to pick up a kill onto Petrichor Road, so they at least have 1 so far. And honestly, in a game like this, you can't guarantee any points throughout the end game. No way to know if you're going to be able to make it or not because of the river again, and so grabbing as many as you can now is certainly going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, Acelef might be thinking about that at the moment. There's going to be the rotation of Legacy coming past him, but it's just a little too far away to really interest him. They are going to pull up though.
They're looking for it. They're hunting him down.
Yeah, did they spot him?
I mean, I would imagine so. But Acelef is going to be hiding around, staying inside the building. And TSM, you can kind of see peeking around this mini-map. Could be looking for a continuation of the fight themselves.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Luke 12 is keen as a bean. It's going to just be put down a little bit. So things will slow down over on this side of the map. I don't know that Legacy are going to get too overzealous in hunting Acelef, particularly with TSM there.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not in the zone, so this could easily be a time that Legacy actually turn tail and then rotate away out and about. But I'm going to say it again, this circle, river cutting through. I don't know what information they have on the center of the zone. We do have a replay of
Oh, yeah,
Summer.
I was going to say, I saw in the kill feed Summer getting knocked somehow, and I couldn't see the bike. I couldn't see the bike because from our POV, the bike had already flown off camera. And I was thinking, well, how has he done that? There you go, that's the information for you. Star-Lord, hey, hang on a second. Maybe there's something in here for D+. Finally, some success, and it's at the hands of Na'Vi. Americano has been traded back. And he'll be finished off, there's no doubt about that. Firest. Higher in the sky.
Yeah, another glider back in play, and no, Legacy, they are going to push on to Acelef. They had the information. Acelef was able to get 1, but immediately traded out by LFP. Revive coming into play. The blue zone shouldn't be doing too much damage at this point in time, but TSM are there. They're looking to finish that.
They are thinking about it, definitely. Luke 12 pulled up, and in the meanwhile, Na'Vi copping some shots as well from QZ of Virtus Pro. It's madness on the northern side of the map. Twisted Minds are going to come into play alongside 4AM, and the zone is still 50-50 after the next shift. Oh, this is going to be a disaster of a game. This is going to be absolute madness.
I want to say that the Phase 4 anti-water shift is going to go northwest, but I can't say that with 100% confidence. And again, it's just go for the kills that you can now because you have no clue what's going to happen later on in the round. DK, it looked like a good start against Na'Vi, but their run has stalled out. Only 1 kill for them so far, and with Twisted Minds also in the area. Need to make sure that they can solidify their position first before they continue these fights.
Oh, everywhere you look, there's fights happening. This time it's FaZe and Falcons fighting over a position in Palace. Maybe not the most committed of fights, perhaps just a jostle for position more so than anything else. But now that Mime's been able to find that knock, he's got the finish as well. James just overstepping his mark, and Mime, one of the most experienced players in the game at this point in time, is really getting away with a lot.
VP camping the jump bridge. 17 on the cross now. Good damage. Suju taking a Ibiza down, I assume. Nicxi also dropped. Suju going to be confirming that. So VP, despite their camp position, you'd imagine that puts them in an advantage. They are losing players left and right, though. Xiao Wu has gone down, gotten confirmed, but Weibo also in the mix, picking apart Virtus Pro.
Spaceman. Off we go. Cold's going to have to get down into that dip and heal up pretty quick. Smart. Weibo Gaming on the move as well. They know that they kind of have to force the issue here. If they're going to get into this zone, it's going to be through this northern side, and they recognize the fight that is happening. It's going to mean there's a couple of wounded teams potentially on the receiving end, and sadly for our friends on D+, the start is not how the game is going to get converted, because they've lost a couple of members on that kill feed there as well, I can see. For 17, they may not be long for this world. VP down to just QZ. Weibo Gaming are able to move in. They'll be very happy with that. The real estate is looking pretty free.
It was kind of a 1 versus 1, but with Weibo pushing in, now Suju has to defend against the entirety of Weibo, or at least, yeah, all that remains, which is all 4 of them. Only 2 of them are going to be coming from the north. The other 2 are playing below the bridge. This could allow Suju to kind of limit the angles taken, but rather the smokes, as they fade and the grenades fly in that direction, Suju, I think, is slowly getting surrounded.
Yeah, Cold looking for some more, but it's going to be in the hands of Shen to finish off 17th Gaming. 15th in this one. They're the only other team out of the picture, but Weibo have done a pretty good job of getting at least into this zone, and now they'll be hoping for a favorable shift, because if they have to move again, it's going to continue to be tough, as it will for pretty much everything. Legacy falling potentially at the hands of TSM, who are a tough team to go up against. Purdy has been knocked. Sparking as well. Do they not know the position of RBN? Maybe not. Angles are certainly open. Sparking running out of bullets here. He's going to be getting a little bit worried about that fight. And eventually does get taken down as well. Luke 12, the last man standing. It's Luke on his own. Juzera as well. The nade's going to go a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and this was an uncomfortable fight for all of these teams, well, both of them rather, Legacy and TSM, because FaZe was watching over this entire thing, and Fex does get the last shot onto Luke 12. Gizera doesn't seem to be aware of that, still watching that angle. Last player up for Legacy. 5 kills for the squad so far, which is okay, especially in a round like this one. Circle did go to the northwest, is focusing on Palace, and Falcons looting in this area should have a nice position here, but Mime, having been knocked, is getting revived, but they need to make a good round out of this one, the Falcons.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be banking on this, though. GNL, Sonics swimming over the river. They didn't really have any other option. They've actually left Kickstart and Tiggleton on the south side to provide Overwatch. But now that the beach has been opened up, they might have to swim across as well. QZ. Oh, hang on. This could get a little bit interesting. They have no idea. Weibo's got absolutely no clue. Oh, but he's been spotted out now. And Shen might be, unfortunately, the sacrificial lamb that gets that information, although the charge is in and it's all good. Everyone will survive.
Making it a little close, Spaceman knocking Mamu on that send into the shack, but they knew that there was going to be very little chance, if any at all, of those knocks getting confirmed as long as Ibiza, or rather, all of VP were taken down. Sonics now breaching that coast.
I like it. I like this from Sonics. This is very cheeky indeed. GNL, I mean, they're copying shots still from Tiggleton, but I don't think they're actually aware of the couple of Sonics members that have already made that cross happen. So if Shrimzy and Hwin are able to creep their way forward along this cliff, they're going to be able to find a couple of quick knocks, and that will surely be the end of GNL. Nade in hand for Shrimzy. He's definitely looking for it. Hammer pointed in their direction as well, and now the game is up. GNL surviving for the moment. Stella bounces back. That P90 in hand, causing problems. It was all a setup in the end. GNL have the advantage.
Sneak attack frag grenades do not find their mark, and GNL with the opportunity to fight back, especially with the P90 in hand, dealing good damage against the Sonics. Now Weibo, so a little more wounded than I actually said they would be. Only 2 of them left up. A pony vehicle, all that remains as cover. And of course, Non has the follow-up angle with grenades flying out from New Happy. This could easily be it for Weibo, and that is all she wrote. Shen knocked, Shen dead.
That is a slam dunk of a grenade.
Yeah, they knew exactly where they were, and New Happy have been sitting here for quite a while.
2-2 split as well from them, so plenty of options once this zone shift comes into play. You can see Tiggleton down there on the bottom of the minimap has pretty much been left for dead in the blue. Shrimzy and Kickstart will have to get the job done as a duo for pretty much the rest of this game. I'm not sure how much longer Tig's going to be able to survive, and certainly not going to be making the cross at this point in time.
That east shift on phase 5 puts the center of the zone in no man's land. It's quite out in the open. New Happy with the high ground on that hill that they're defending from multiple angles. You said it yourself, it is a 2-2 shift, or a split rather. So it could be a bit of a difficult defense because of so many teams still surrounding them. Twisted Minds, however, their attention is currently on Gen G, not quite New Happy.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the team that's in the most interesting position here is Falcons. They still have kind of the eastern side of Palace to play with. See what they can do with it. Perfectix is obviously fighting for positioning on this hill up against Gen G, and Twisted Minds have been a little bit slow today. We were sort of talking about that in the break between ourselves, but this might be a return to form. 5 kills already from them, 4 healthy, ready to head into phase 5.
Sonics do get eliminated by GNL, so yeah, really good defense by GNL, who are now going to be pushing in on the south. Counterclockwise again to the zone. Twisted Minds still holding off against a couple of different teams. Multiple knocks against Gen G, and New Happy pulled all of their players to the north to gatekeep this position. Blue is slowly encroaching on this spot. Twisted Minds just got to make sure that Gen G can't really strike back. Already 5 kills for them. We haven't talked about Twisted Minds so much today. Third place in PGS 3. High expectations for this squad. 21 points in 3 is okay, but we still have yet to see the really strong, dominant Twisted Minds that I think a lot of players expected.
100%. Yeah, this is the intriguing fight that I was talking about a little bit earlier, and maybe not even just this fight, but in general, this position from Falcons. Now, obviously, they can continue to play inside of Palace for a little while longer, the next zone even. But if they have to push their way out, then they might be in a spot of bother. Still, they've given themselves every opportunity for a good finish to this game. Already grabbed that 1 kill courtesy of Mime. I want to see more of this Falcons roster. There's so much expectation on their shoulders.
Yeah, but now also GNL looking to third party. They're still actually not even making their way into the zone along the coastline like I expected. But they're going to be picking up potentially a couple of kills from this position, but Falcons also in the kill feed. Of course, one of them is going to be a self-confirm as Flood dropping a grenade on his own feet. But speaking of grenades, Adder, Rex flying both directions. Barpa the last one up for Gen G. 0 kills, 1 placement point so far.
Ollie to go forward. He's got really no many options and tries to take the fight against Lou, but that is just a losing battle every day of the week. Still getting shots through from the other side as well, and Twisted Minds are worse for wear, though the smoke's down. Might give them the chance to find that res. Blues pushing at their backs, but it's going to be stalled for a second, and they'll be okay. Falcons still trying to hold off this offensive from FaZe.
Well, what remains of FaZe?
What remains?
Vex and Curexy is still deep in the blue. phase 6 does a lot of damage. I don't know if Curexy's gonna be able to get in the zone, especially with the Molotovs coming out. Falcons aware of that approach angle.
Snake is being true to his name as well, is just hiding in the corner, proned. I don't know that Vex is going to have the wherewithal to check that angle, but he does! Vex the double down, he finds Mime, and then Snakers, a 6th sense, gets the better of Falcons. And FaZe will come away with at least a couple frags. Maybe they get Relo here as well. Maybe they even get 2 players into the next zone. I speak too soon, though, as Relo has found Curexy. Curexy got him with the nade, but that might be the death sentence for Curexy. He's just out of the blue, though, so maybe.
Could go for the revive, but with New Happy's angle over this, I don't know how confident and comfortable Vex would be able to go. But man, what a save by FaZe. It doesn't matter what the team looks like, you can never count Vex out. But now Twisted Minds with the revive on all of their players. 4 versus 4. Attention from New Happy, a great spray from December 12th. Drops Perfectix, and now Non on the opposite angle. About 90 degrees away, looking to continue this fight and lock Twisted Minds out of the rest of this round.
It's back-to-back solid games from New Happy, and this might actually be one that they can run away with. When you look at the positions of every other team, if New Happy can win this fight against Twisted Minds, which they most certainly are at this point in time, they are going to have that high ground advantage, and they are going to have zone control as well.
6 squads, and still no one's gone center of this zone. because again of how open it is. Ferris, the last one up for Na'Vi. Only one kill. Looking to make it multiple, but 4AM even with the self-damage, the self-knock in that one. Ferris does go down. We have our top 4 confirmed. 4v3 v3v maybe 3, assuming 4AM can get the revive onto that one. But New Happy, only team with all 4 remaining. They're on the edge, but that's going to give them the opportunity to sweep and play through teams one at a time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking to do. They don't want to get too aggressive at the moment because there's a chance that GNL could just sweep in behind them. Percentages, yeah, I don't half mind that, to be honest. I think I'll back New Happy in, but every possibility that one of these other 3 remaining teams could still pick up at the dub. I mean, Twisted Minds have actually managed to get those 3 players back up and looking relatively healthy in the center of the zone for the moment. A lot of this comes down to who ends up fighting New Happy. Does GNL push in that direction? Because New Happy is making their way south.
Yeah, New Happy are more keen to fight the south than they are Twisted Minds on the north, and I don't know if that's because they just respect Twisted Minds as a team, as players. I think rather it's just the positioning. They have more advantages to sweep down this direction, expecting more wounded players on the south. But again, Stella with the P90 in play, running into the blue, angles from 4AM as well. It has gotten messy real fast.
Yeah, GNL just falling apart. Stella, unfortunately, stuck between a rock and a hard place. That P90 is going to come out again. It won't quite work. The blue zone damage cannot be stopped by mere weapons. So that's the end of GNL. We're down to 3. Coincidentally, so is 4AM, who've heard that fighting, and they want to push their way forward on the timing. There'll be a revive in play for New Happy. They've gotten that one okay, and Twisted Minds happy to keep their heads down at the moment.
Yeah, just gatekeeping the edge. They got the shift in their direction. They can lock out basically everyone. Hopefully, they're going to want to try and grab as many kills as possible, but if they are able to win the game because of 4AM and New Happy crashing against each other, so be it.
The big thing here for New Happy is that they don't really have much utility to work with. They've got 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and that's why they're kind of losing players here and there. They're not able to smoke up their crosses.
Right.
Longscore's going to have to use that last smoke to pop down on December 12th, and that might not even save him. So if we do get into a late game situation for New Happy here, they just don't have anything beyond their aim to get them through that. HSM is pushing his way forward, and he's gone a little bit too far as well. Longscore looks for the double down. He can't quite get it, but there is a cleanup for New Happy in the mix. They lose December 12th in the meanwhile. Longscore down on the ground. Twisted Minds not pushing.
And immediately Nan is holding for Twisted Minds just to make sure that that push doesn't happen. But look at the sweep. Batu and Lou swinging around the south side, looking for the angles. They're going to try and catch New Happy off guard, and with the blue closing in right behind them, the res just barely coming in front of that. Twisted Minds absolutely have the advantage in this fight, but we almost counted New Happy out against 4AM just now. Twisted Minds hopefully won't be doing the same. They need to make sure they can confirm this. They want the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the positioning here of Twisted Minds is what's going to be interesting, because New Happy might not necessarily be expecting them so far south, right? You'd be thinking they're going to set up positioning inside of the zone, but Lou's really gone out to the extremities. New Happy are trying to clear as best as they can the western side of that zone, which they've been able to do. The further north it is, the lower the ground. But here we go. They're going to walk their way in. An example, ready and waiting. Hasn't spotted anything out just yet.
Yeah, New Happy playing on the north of that ridge, though the jump, I don't think Example was able to spot that one out. And still waiting for Ming Ming to also make the approach. They're expecting the northern sweep, as New Happy are now expecting the south.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot, though, for Example at the moment. He could get caught off by Ming Ming if he sort of creeps a little bit further to his right. That's what Example's looking for. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 New Happy members are a little bit scared of going south. That's what I'm talking about, though. Ming Ming pushes his way up, and that is the tip of the spear taken out of play for Twisted Minds.
Now the snowball is starting to get activated here. 3 versus 2 advantage. Batu's looking for a trade, but the head is not found by the Orm.
Yeah, going to need a little bit more Orm action if they're to come back into this one. Shots coming back in the other direction. Just a soft tag of 19 HP onto Bartulans, but Example's just a non-factor at this point in time. All he can do is provide information, maybe. New Happy. They were not happy with the second that they got in the previous round. They're looking for a first now. Example finished off. Obviously, the time ticks away, but in that meanwhile, a nade onto Longscore makes this one doable for Twisted Minds. It's 2-on-2.
But the damage on Delu, Ming is looking to finish that one. They saw the blood splatter, and now Ming sees it down to 1, trying to finish the last kill, and that's going to be a New Happy 13-kill victory. Good defense by Twisted Minds, but just not enough.
Yeah, they go one better this time around. You'll take it. Second, first, New Happy putting together a pretty damn solid day 2 of PGS 4. Twisted Minds, yeah, maybe a little bit disappointed with that. It was very much their game to win at one point in time, but can't get too upset about a second. Little bit of a rock, paper, scissors type situation. Example, getting caught off by Ming who goes right. If he goes left, the game plays out in a different way, but he's got enough knowledge, maybe enough experience, spider sense potentially, to go in the right direction.
Yeah, New Happy, the train is starting to roll. Fell off a little bit in the grand finals, but still a very strong team. And so getting into the mix, we'll see how well they can do on the final 2 maps of the day. We've got Aaron Gold coming up.
New Happy pulls their way into first place on that match. They started a little slow matchup with the sub 15 or sub 13 finishes in the first 2 games, and then get second in the last one and secure their chicken dinner in this one. What a statement.
I mean, long skirt. I mean,
long skirt.
Making me so happy right now. They've just kicked it on, and specifically in 2 maps that you know can be a little bit harder to read because we haven't played them for as long. They both come in, just absolutely wreck both maps, pick up a ton of kills, flying up the leaderboard right now. I think whenever I glanced at it last time, they were already over 40 points. So they're feeling really good about making it to the grand finals and are pretty much can just start having fun at this point, because this is just them trying to make sure that they're asserting and getting points. Once they get to the point where they can just start having fun and be happy playing, that's a whole new thing.
You said they flew up the leaderboard. We saw all kinds of flying. Players jumping bridges, trying to make something work, and that is because this may have been one of the most uncomfortable Phase 3 shift positions we've seen. It split the river, but everyone knew that on 4 it's going to go over to Palace, and every team except Falcons had to make massive adjustments to get into this late game. And these are the teams that we saw do it. We saw Twisted Minds coming to the end here in just a second. 4 AM, Twisted Minds, and New Happy all set up. New Happy takes the fight here. They get 4 AM down, and there was that moment where Twisted Minds had to choose. Do we sweep or do we hard push? And they chose to go for a sweep and trap, but I don't think it worked out.
It's Example's positioning. Everything was so good in the line, but New Happy has just been absolutely on fire right now. Their kill capabilities are just skyrocketing. And yeah, I agree. I think that Twisted Minds made a right call on that one. They heard the firefight. They thought that they could flank back in behind it. But New Happy was just ready for it.
And it was one of those things. It could have gone, it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other, right? Like, had Batulin hit one of those shots, possibly a different play out. That said, I loved what New Happy did. They gathered up, they swept to the north. It was very similar to the previous game we saw. I think Gen G did something similar to what Twisted Minds did. They chose to sort of slow push. They did a spread out. They tried to lock in positions. New Happy smartly said, okay, we're going to go north to a spot where we can then sort of run a cone out of it as a threesome, and it was strong.
I don't know. It felt like Twisted Minds was a more proactive version of what we saw Gen G trying to do. And it's really interesting to see how it all comes through. But yet again, big game coming from New Happy. 13 kills, 2,000 damage. I'm really enjoying watching this New Happy.
Yeah. I mean, you said we'll see how it all comes through. We saw how it comes through. Twisted Minds and New Happy went head-to-head in that situation. Twisted was down some number in that, and at the end of the day, New Happy made a good, strong 3-man. They never exposed themselves to a less than 3v1. And they were able to sort of push down Twisted Minds the way you knock down a couple of dominoes, and I gotta respect that end game play. Ming, 6 kills, 600 damage, and Cameron gonna surge past all of us in the fantasy because of that.
I mean, respect where respect's due. If you're gonna read it and say it.
At the start of the show, he was flipping me off because he was doing so badly, and now he's over there with a thumbs up and a grin that it's like a Cheshire cat legend. All right, he's so happy about Ming Ming's performance.
Yeah, I mean, you should be. This is, I love to see a squad like this that's been around for a long time, really just finding a good groove inside these last two matches. There's nothing, like, I know sometimes we can look a bit scattered on these two maps since they are so new and be like, okay, you know, it's kind of hard to read this. Back-to-back stellar performances. You just got to say, these guys know what's up.
They do know what's up. That's the look of a man who has played time, has put his time in, and knows the game as well as anybody out there. And they walk away with 23 points. Now, Twisted Minds, I think I'd be pretty happy with this 15.
Yep.
It felt like a little bit of a slower start than we're used to from Twisted Minds off the back of. It felt like the Twisted Minds from the last day of finals to start this group stage, but they are maybe shaking off whatever that was and bouncing back. FaZe, again, looking great, and 4AM, who did not make it out of group stages last time, playing out of their minds today.
Oh, with an amazing cross position where they were playing on the outside of that really weird circle around circle 3. So we'll have to see how much we're looking at overall. And the climb coming out is my eyes are drawn to New Happy, presently in 6th place overall with just 4 games played.
That's the big takeaway. With 4 games, everybody else below them has minimum 6 when you talk about the top 12, but New Happy able to skyrocket into 6 with 4 is wild. Cerberus, on the other hand, is still sitting in 2nd with only 6 games compared to the 10 surrounding them, to speak how good they are. But here's my start to worry. Let's look down here at the bottom. 17 and Falcons, 2 teams with pedigrees, 2 teams with names, 2 teams with expectations, and 2 teams who seem to be dropping the ball.
Well, to be fair, Twisted Minds was also
Give me the tip of fair.
Twisted Minds was also present, was in I think 22nd place before this last game.
That's fair.
And we're moving to Erangel.
Yeah.
You can't have excuses after that, is mine.
It's true. There's always that game, and that's what these teams seem to be waiting for. But at 13 points after 4 games, considering the situation they found themselves in the last group stages, there is room to worry if you're a fan.
I think that a lot of people are drawing eyes in that area because, I mean, VP, with only 4 games played, 17, and Falcons, all having a bit of a struggle. But by comparison, you can see that it is also going to be Bleed, AG, and Daytrade. So there's going to be some opportunities moving into this one. It's just how much can you really handle Erangel?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think you just need to, if Falcons are 17 isn't able to pass Armory, considering the day that they had yesterday in the next 2 games, that is a big flag that they need to address. Fortunately, they have tomorrow, so they can try to bounce back and get into this thing. And if we know anything about PUBG, it only takes 1 game, right? We can see records set of like 26, 27 points, sometimes more than that in a match. And that could happen. We'll see, and we're going to find out who can turn it around. There's 2 more games left to play, and we're going to be doing it in the grassy pastures of Erangel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zip line back to the past. because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
The question was if I had any hobbies outside of the game, and one of my favorite hobbies is playing water polo. It's a very contact-heavy sport, and I really love it.
I'm at home, all I do is pretty much go to the gym and hang out with my girlfriend. That's about it. Watch some movies, stuff like that.
I like to go fishing every day. I haven't been able to fish here because we've been busy, but I would love to.
Somehow he still smells like fish.
그냥 친구들이랑 놀기? 아무 생각 없이 노는 걸 좀 좋아해가지고. 아, 진짜 맞추는 거예요? 뭐야? 야, 겉은 뾰족한데 안에 뭔가 막 뭐가 붙는데 손에? 아, 씨.
어? 파인애플?
어, 맞아요. 아. 아하. รู้แล้วอุ๊ยยากมากเลยอ่ะไม่รู้เลยอ่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวเราก็เบอร์ถูกแล้วใช่ไหมครับถูกแล้วครับ
We outside. We outside. Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. We outside. We out, looking at the view from the top. Get into the band, don't stop. Get into the band, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Two games to go for day 2 of PGS4, but also that means 2 games to go for the Group B teams, and some of those teams are certainly in a bit of hot water. They may almost not make it, or have no chance of making it even with these 2 games.
And if there's a map that these teams have a high chance of knowing how to turn games into positive ones, it has to be Erangel, the original map. Not necessarily the exact same version, but more or less the experience is going to be the highest here for most, if not all, of the squads in play. I'm looking at the expected drop spot for the map so far. I don't think we're going to be getting any hot drops. You might have some fighting over ES9 between 4AM and VP, but you can easily split that if you really want to play nice.
Yeah, well, those teams to be keeping an eye on going into this game. Sonic's, Legacy, D+, and Weibo are the 4 teams that are kind of not even close really to that cutoff. GNL you might also want to have a bit of a discussion about. So for me, again, if we're talking about that cutoff being about 60 plus points, let's just say 60 points, give or take.
Yeah.
Sonics need about 20 points. Okay. Legacy need about 20 points. D+, and
Weibo would need about 30 points. So it's not impossible for these teams in 2 games, but definitely really leaving it to the last minute, which, to be fair, I have done in my time. Done that a couple of times as a young lad in my university days. Got to give a shout out to my mate one time, letting me copy his essay. Saved me a lot. But I did it on the morning of the. I did it on the morning of the. What's the date? The deadline.
Right.
And I actually passed.
Oh.
So we'll call that a win.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. Depends on who's listening now.
Yeah.
Could easily go back in time and figure that one out.
10 years ago, mate. I think I'm in the clear. Don't worry about it. Okay. Not that I'm necessarily recommending you guys do that at home. Make sure you do your assignments on time. Sonics, you've left it a bit late.
Yeah, a little bit. And again, going back to that Vikendi game, that should have been a game that they got more than 1 kill off of. Even if they weren't necessarily in a position to guarantee a win, because again, all this scrapping on the hillside, only 1 kill out of that. We saw the disappointment in them. 20 points that they need to make up to hit that 60-point cutoff that we're, again, saying is an uncomfortable spot to be in for the top 16 placement. You can do it in 20, similar with Legacy. You can do it in 20 in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But one of them most assuredly has to be a win.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think especially in the case of D+ and Weibo, without a win, you're not getting it done, in my opinion. But Legacy Sonics, maybe a couple of top placings, you know, 2nd, 3rd, something like that, might just be enough. We'll have to find out, though, as we are about to head into Erangel, which is the GOAT map, in my opinion. Should be everyone's opinion.
No. Goats are on Miramar with all the mountains.
Ah, well, you know. Let's see how we go, though. It is match number 5, 2 games to go for B and C lobbies.
I just saw the map. I just saw the plane path. It is pretty bad. I didn't realize the plane path could be this bad. That's garbage. That's awful. That's terrible. We're gonna have multiple alt drops already. Weibo are jumping out. DK, TSM, they're gonna be happy. Are Weibo going Zarky? Are we actually getting a Zarky loot?
I mean, you might have to, right? Especially like 4am and VP as well. They're not going to be too happy with that. So there's going to be, as you say, quite a number of alt drops. Pretty much anyone, east of like Rozok Apartments kind of area is not going to be able to make their drop pretty comfortably. Pero still heading in the direction of farm.
Yeah. The new ferry / farm position.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams on Millie, though. There's a lot of teams on Millie. FaZe could be going for vehicles and then taking the eastern bridge up to Milta, which, if that wasn't their initial plan, seeing Na'Vi and Genji and VP all drop on Sosnovka could be what
they're just
their
flying,
decision.
bro.
Yeah, actually, the float also works. And again, as a team, they'll be landing late if they do float all the way to Milta, but as we've seen so far today, they are more than comfortable coming in late into the zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's been kind of the name of the game. I think, honestly, you just sort of land farm, pick up a couple of vehicles, maybe, you know, you have someone loot there, and then move your way into Milta if you want to.
Circle 1, a great position for Sonics to find a center spot. You can never guarantee a winning position this early in the game.
No.
But for a team like Sonics that needs a win, they don't need a win, but they need good games for sure. Looking at this one to finally turn the tides into their favor.
Yeah, they need every little bit of helping hand that they can get. And there's your answer. FaZe did opt to go for the boats. At least a couple of them did. And, well, it seems they're on their way to Milta. At least these 2 in the boat. So that's fair enough.
There's Gustav dropped Truckfin, everyone else inside the boat. Na'Vi also seem to be rotating, and Rello able to catch Lil Ghost out. It's not just Sonics with a good position to find an initial spot here. Falcons and 17 both trying to find a good center position. Lil Ghost is way separated from the rest of 17, though. It's quite an overextension now that I look at the map.
There was a bit of a scream on the stage after Logos went down there. I don't know if it was from him. Someone was not happy, though.
23rd and 24th place fighting over a center position.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what that says about this game so far.
Ooh, I don't know about this one from Na'Vi. FaZe are pretty close by. Doesn't look like there's going to be any pot shots, though.
Nice,
Na'Vi
Nova was free.
Gonna get across okay. Jeems would be the only one to do anything. And with a Tommy, yeah, it's kind of wishful thinking.
Yeah. I mean, the damage at that range, not the greatest, but also how much experience do you have leading an SMG on a spray like that?
Yeah, it's worth having a crack.
Oh, absolutely.
You'd be a miracle worker if you could land more than one bullet, I'd say. Here we go. This is what we've been talking about
PGS 1 cutoff was 57 points, 53 for PGS 2, and most recently, obviously, 54 points. That's kind of the number that we've been working off. I was saying 60 to be safe.
Right.
With those calculations that we were discussing going into this game. And I think that would probably be the position that you'd want to be aiming for as a team to be.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
okay, we've actually got there. Rather than, if you're on 55, you're like, maybe
Yeah,
we
exactly.
got it, maybe we didn't.
Because, as we just saw from those numbers, at 55, sure, PGS 2, PGS 3, we would have made it, but not PGS 1. So to be comfortable, if you could even call it that, 60 should be the minimum goal.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, when you're looking at an overall leaderboard, you have to question, okay, is it top heavy?
Right.
Is there a team or two that's kind of sponging up a lot of points? In which case, it will probably drop the average that you actually need to get to make it into the next stage of the competition. And from what we've seen at this event so far, obviously Cerberus, they're picking up a lot of points, they're sponging quite a lot, and TSM are also kind of doing the same thing. So maybe it'll be somewhere around 55 or less, based on that, the fact that these teams have picked up so many points, but that's a story for another day. We've got an interview now with Ming Ming.
Now, Ming from New Happy is here, and you guys secured the chicken dinner. Congratulations! And you played very well in those 2 games and showing a significant improvement compared to the previous 2. What adjustments did the team make? 第2场你们打得超级好啊，这2场。然后相比前面最早的2场，你们做了哪些改变？怎么做调整的？
没有什么调整吧，就按照我们的节奏正常慢慢的打就可以了。
But actually, I didn't do any adjustment. I just follow our team, the ransom, and to play. Well, thank you so much. 恭喜，再次恭喜你们，也希望下面2场比赛你们可以取得胜利，好吗 ？Best wish to New Happy. Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you, Ming Ming, for the insightful words. And honestly, yeah, I mean, hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Let's just keep on carrying on.
Yeah, I didn't make any adjustments. I just followed the leader, and I think more importantly, got kills.
Got kills.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got the damage, got the kills.
Got to be in it to win it.
I mean, PUBG is a simple game if you really dilute it down to its core.
Okay.
core center position.
Yeah, fair. Well, Bridge Cross, you know, you could have looked at that as all those teams were dropping onto Sosnovka Island and thought that might be difficult, but actually it's been okay. VP getting over there pretty comfortably. Pero on their way in as well.
Driving through the fields, a lot of potential fields in play if this circle goes down south. We saw fields on Erangels yesterday. Could get a repeat there.
Yeah, Lovagaka fields finish.
Do you?
Yeah.
No?
Not as a player necessarily, but
okay.
to watch, I'll take it.
Yeah, why not? A lot of Chinese teams all around the similar area. Petrichor Road now arriving in, spotted out New Happy, potentially spotting out 17, who, as a reminder, have already been wounded by the Falcons. The fields in play, the Gatka fields for these teams on the south of the zone, they kind of incentivize splits. And we talked yesterday, well, me and Saga talked yesterday about how splits, they're getting punished more and more nowadays. You can't really get away with it so much, especially in the early game. But with big, wide open fields, they can kind of call attention towards that Petrichor Road. They're not going to be angling in that direction. They're just going to be sticking all in one singular position. We saw a little bit of driving around in circles, scouting out, I imagine, by Petrichor Road, see if anyone shot at them, but still staying together, staying in a pack.
Here's the kill leaders. Be happy if you're a TSM fan seeing that. Purdy and Luke 12 toward the top end of it. And we have representation from Pero, New Happy, and 4AM as well. So solid stuff from the boys. One team that has been splitting quite a lot so far today has been Falcons. They're doing it again. Got a couple of players maybe halfway up Everest and a couple down on the ground. Some of those splits have looked good, but they haven't really turned into anything today for Falcons, unfortunately. So wonder if their fortunes change here on Erangel. It does look a bit congested in that area of the map, so I am a little bit scared.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons splits so far today have put them in good position to take good fights, as you could also put yourself in a good position to watch the fights from PUBGsports.com multi-view. 6 teams available to watch their POV and hear their comms, but back onto the Falcons real quick. I think their early game has looked okay today. It's just been the follow-through and the execution of the fights. And, you know, even the best teams in the world can lose a fight. It's just losing so many. They haven't even had one that have truly gone in their favor. That's the big real concern.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not going to win every game, certainly not. But you've got to win some.
Yeah.
And especially in the case of Falcons, where they've got 14 points today. You know, it's neither here nor there, really. You'd be wanting to win 1 or 2 here, just to bump that number up a little bit. But as we sort of alluded to at the start of the game, there's a lot of teams actually at the moment that will be pretty keen on that. FaZe not necessarily in the danger zone. 33 points for them today so far. They'll still get to play tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So they're chugging along quite nicely.
Yep, they're on trajectory to kind of slide in the double-digit angle. Again, if they have like a good game here, as they've been looking up pretty okay so far. If they had the good game here, put themselves above 40, let's say, by the end of the day, I think a lot more comfortable, but still put themselves in a good position to not have to try so hard on the final day tomorrow of groups.
Most definitely. 4 AM, one of those teams that at this point really look like they're more than safe to make it through. They've done a pretty good job over the first couple of days. Gen.G with maybe still a little bit more work on their behalf required.
Wait a second, they're driving dangerously close through VP territory, and VP look like they actually have a split to capitalize on this rotation, and then it's going to be Regs going down.
Not a good start. Good clean shots though from VP. They made it look pretty easy, didn't they? And so Gen.G instantly have to pull up. They've lost a player, and they've also lost their rotation timing. So this is going to be a very rough game for them going forward.
Let's see where phase 2 goes. We also saw a knock onto GNL, but it's going to be a hard shift to the north. No worry about Gatka Field, not a single field in play, but again, just like Tago, we have that river cutting through the entire thing, playing around Georgia Pole Bay, and there is a complete collapse of like 7 teams. Not quite so much, but still a lot of teams on the south.
Let's just go with 3 or 4 maybe is a bit more accurate.
Close
but Na'Vi, yeah, they're driving away from VP, but they're kind of driving into Pero. Looks like everyone's going to get away scot-free for the moment. And this is kind of, again, you know, to touch on those teams that had information from Everest. That's where this comes into play. They've been scouting already. They know where they're going to rotate into, and they're on the move already. The northern side teams will be very happy almost to see a shift like this one occurring. But teams from the south, and Gen.G was one of them, we could see that was highlighted by the Observer, you know, potentially to rotate out through that western highway. Obviously, they're not going to do that, but they have a long rotate to make.
Interestingly enough, Sonics haven't moved off of this shift. They're holding this position, looking to try and gatekeep and get kills on the teams rotating up from the south. Taking shots at the already wounded, moderately limping Gen.G, but they're making their way through. There's still Legacy, there's still New Happy that are potential targets for that, but now onto the river. FaZe, Weibo fighting around Cube.
Rello. Good start, but going to have to be aware of the push coming up. Mime, he's already been dropped and finished off. Now Flood is alone, essentially, on Everest. Has to make something of it. There's no way Varus was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well. He is holding the hill for Falcons.
Losing Mime is terrible, is unfortunate, but already 4 kills for the Falcons. They're trying to really take full advantage of this high ground spot, but Na'Vi are not giving up just yet.
Yeah, Flood not quite the king of the hill just yet. Needs to find one more player, and also has to now be aware of New Happy making their way in from the aerial route. This is starting to get a little bit messy. Gen.G's kind of floating around as well. Everest is always going to be a pretty pivotal position in zones like this. Diffex has been finished off. That's the end of Na'Vi. Falcons certainly going to be aware of that one. But now they've got bigger fish to fry.
Na'Vi, unfortunately, once again, unable to really follow through their amazing game number 1. And a great grenade onto Flood is going to get a knock on that player. Rello with the defense, but Na'Vi are not finished. They're not stalling out the push at all. And then, of course, is Twisted Minds coming in from the opposite side.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to end very well for Falcons. They don't really have anywhere to go. Flood's been knocked. It's 2 players left alive, and if they go down the hill, well, look who is waiting for them. Perfectix example from Twisted Minds. And in fact, they don't even have to go further down the hill. They just need to pop up above that ridge. Rello copping some shots in the back even after getting the knock onto Nan. It's not going to relieve any pressure. In fact, it will make it worse. And eventually, they're going to crack underneath it. There's just no way you can't. Snaker's team nade onto Flood, though he was a dead man anyway. I think it's mostly irrelevant.
Yeah.
Rello's finished off there as well.
All onto Snakers. Still be an impactful player, but not anymore. Not in this round, at least. 17 points in 5 games. It's not looking great for the Falcons.
No, sorry.
Ooh, but look at Sonics. They've also pushed up behind New Happy. They're going to look to get in the mix. Everyone here is trying to look for kills, but where does phase 3 go?
Well, it's just not going to be a south shift that these Everest teams are hoping for, so maybe in the case of someone like Sonics, who aren't necessarily in this pitched battle just yet, they might opt to exit a little earlier, as are a couple of teams, Legacy being one of those on the move initially, trying to perhaps cross the bridge before most. It's going to get a bit messy. Those are some pretty dirty choke points. I can see TSM and FaZe both trying to cross the western bridge at the same time, and they're going in the direction of 4 AM. Luke 12, the unfortunate sacrificial lamb, but that does allow TSM, or at least what's left of TSM, to get across.
Ooh. Couple of shots still landing onto TSM, and I said that bridge was where FaZe were just hanging out on. I called that a cube. That is incorrect. Cube is the bridge towards the east, but regardless, these bridge crosses is going to be brutal. It's going to be deadly. A 17 show flips a vehicle in the most unfortunate spot, and Legacy are going to be taking advantage of that. Shawu goes down. Point for Legacy.
Shawu actually somehow gets out of that for a moment. He gets out in so much as he actually gets to take a fight. Didn't really go very well for him, to be fair. Corexi will steal that kill away. Gustav alongside Corexi, putting some damage into Suju. And 17 eliminated, so it was always going to be a bit of a messy game, this one. Sonics have decided to continue to take the fight on the hill. HWin, the initial knock onto Nan, is going to set things up pretty nicely for Sonics here. New Happy actually down to only the 2 players, and Sonics are, well, so far clean, I was going to say, but HWin now getting knocked does bring things back a little bit. Shrimzy across to the southern side of the hill to try to help Alan out, but he ends up giving up his own life. It's on to Tickleton, who will be saved by Kickstart. Sonics survive by the barest of margins. Lucky for them, there's no one really there to get those free shots in. Twisted Minds, though, are looking for the third party.
Yeah, looking to finish things off. They spot the bodies on the ground. The smokes are fading. The grenades are flying on in. Can Kickstart continue to save Sonics further? No, Kick is just running away, allowing Twisted Minds to roll over and grab these kills essentially for free.
Yeah, it's such an unfortunate position for Sonics to be in. They just lost a couple too many players trying to skirt around that smoke. So in the end, it'll be Kickstart to try to whatever he can as a solo, but don't see much of a future ahead for him if Twisted Minds are going to set up shop on Everest. Either way, go back over to the northern side of the map, which is somewhere we've neglected for a little bit. But that's where Gen G have holed up. Don't have too many members to play with here, and they're going to have to push their way into D+. These could be some pretty important points on the board for D+. There's one for Americano, and some more on offer. The shots... Oh, land. They do land nicely indeed. That MK12 being put to great work.
It always takes a couple of shots to really zero in your target, and phase 4 unsurprisingly goes to the northeast, but there's still so many players on the south of that. Yes, the compound held by 4 AM. Arguably one of the better positions, though I wonder how much power that hillside just to the west of it is going to hold once we enter the end game. Barpo still in the blue. Unsure how they're going to be able to salvage this one, as DK seems to continue to be tracing them and trying to find them. Kickstart also on a salvage mission. Already 4 points for them so far, but crossing that bridge, going to be a very difficult send.
Grizzly's on the bike. He's just on the bike.
It's a silent roll-up.
That's based. That is incredibly based. But GNL, they have other ideas. They're just sending it straight on in. This could get really messy for them. Roy's just driven straight into a huge crossfire. Lucarex dancing around the fence. He's doubled down. That's huge. The third shot's also good. And he's helped out by his teammates. It is clean as a whistle for VP, which is exactly what they need. Lucarex, the only one that went down. And they might have done enough to even prevent that push from Legacy, in so much as they can find the revive.
Yeah, Legacy were looking at it.
They were keen.
But a good grenade, but Twisted Minds also rolling into this area of the map, running into this area code. RBN seemed to have spotted it out, looking that way, pulls the attention away from Virtus.pro. That's going to allow VP to get the revive. 4 kills, 4 left standing, assuming Luca does get picked back up, which he does indeed. Cube can be a powerful position, especially over that bridge. It's on the edge, but that's going to limit the trajectories of the threats, really allow them to focus up on exclusively Legacy and Twisted Minds.
Oh, good shots onto Lou. Doesn't really have any cover to play with either.
Just gonna duck down and see what he can do. This is pretty cursed for Twisted Minds. I would say doomed, perhaps, is even another adjective for their situation. Got multiple teams shooting at you from multiple angles, and there's pretty much no cover there.
Yeah, they have the smokes. Batu has already left this area to perhaps look to salvage himself, assuming if the rest of the team does go down, which, as you mentioned, the pressure from Legacy and Virtus Pro might just be what happens. They at least got the revive for now, as we put our attention towards the west. FaZe crawling their way back inside the zone.
Yeah, Weibo on the move. Purdy. Oh, he's been kind of gate-kept a little bit there by Alo. Couldn't get over the barrels. In trouble now is TSM. Weibo also, to be fair, kind of under the pump. Look at how low they are. One grenade would have been so hot, but maybe a little bit too late here from Alo.
Wait, whoa. Mortar kill onto Legacy? There's still so much happening down on that coastline, but Alo now last one up. Kurt gets confirmed. Weibo are pushing in now that the heal has locked in.
Okay. Are they just going to set up shop next to one another? Happy neighbors? Perhaps not. Spoke too soon. Amu will get that kill onto Alo. Zone shift has gone straight over the top of 4AM, as is highlighted to us by the observers. Legacy are still floating around.
This was actually a pretty okay shift for Legacy, because they can just pull to the west, continue to stay on that coastline. They don't need to worry about making their way across that road into the mainland. Pull away, allow Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, VP, all of them to fight it out, and they can just come up and clean up the rest.
Batulans is in a sticky situation, but he's actually kept his head down enough that Pero didn't spot him. He's obviously got to move, but he's still alive, and one team away from getting into the placement points is better than nothing. Twisted Minds have been plugging away today. I think that's probably the way to describe it. 33 points here. This is now game 5. It's not a terrible performance, but it's nothing too out of this world.
Yeah.
But it's enough to set you up for a decent day tomorrow to get into the final lobby. That's kind of all they need.
Yeah. It still makes me nervous when we're seeing more teams than I expected not be able to repeat their top-level performance that we saw from PGS 3, despite this only being a week difference away. But hey, we were waiting to see what happens when teams are able to make adjustments on the Run It Back series. Same 24 teams. Let's see what happens again the second time around. And now FaZe dropping Spaceman from Weibos. Continue to send those shots that way. Nice. Nice damage coming out from Corexi.
I don't know that there's going to be any salvaging this one for Cold.
No, not likely.
Hamu's in the blue now as well. Cold's going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on. Zone
There's
is
a
pushing.
vehicle.
Ooh. That's not working. Ever.
Huh. Interesting.
Yep. I'm not sure what's going on there, but either way, as you mentioned earlier, Legacy won't be too perturbed by that zone shift. They can just shift a little further west, and that's exactly what they've done. Climb up the cliffs here. But Toulons has been spotted. So the end of Twisted Minds is at hand, and he didn't quite manage to make it into the placement points.
No, but 3 kills. It was okay, considering their position, the cross across the bridge. And Ixlef ready to put the mortar. We saw a mortar knock come out from 4AM onto Legacy. We're getting more and more mortar usage as, I guess, the events go on.
Bit of tagging onto QZ, but it's coming through from Legacy. Mortars are going a bit too short. If one lands, though, ooh. Is there one still coming?
It's in the air.
I think so.
The first one landed a little short, and yeah, the second one still not able to really dial that one in as much as they would hope.
Bit of the same position, really. Anyway, VP, for now, have a bit of breathing room, but that is not going to last very long. Zone shift is coming through, and I guess for VP it's better than it could have been, but it was never going to be nice.
Look at that at 4AM. They actually put themselves in position to fight over the hilltop with the circle still going to the east. They pull right back into the compound. They're going to be holding on the center. But VP, how do they get out of this one? They have a small little dip, I guess you could call it, to play with, hiding behind it. They have some vehicles, but what's the option? Just full send into 4AM? Maybe just full send into Petrichor Road, but by doing so, FaZe could have an angle to try and third-party that one.
Yeah.
Similar with being unsure on what Legacy are going to be playing.
If you're D+, I think you might still just be able to play the top of that ridge briefly. It'll be tight, but I think there's a little bit of wiggle room for them. It'll be between FaZe and D+ as to who gets to do that.
Yeah.
RBN just copping sprays from all over the place. This is really rough now for Legacy. If the last zone shift was okay, this one has been pretty disastrous. FaZe are on their way up to that ridge as well. D+ obviously have that position at the moment. So FaZe are going to have to fight their way in if they want that.
Yeah, FaZe were putting their attention on Legacy, waiting to see if these, shall we say, straightforward kills come their way. But that only gave DK the opportunity to take that ridge line. Before them, Legacy pull back towards the east. Great shots towards VP.
Yeah, VP out of options, really, and they just had to go. But there was no good way to go. It's just damned if you do, damned if you don't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That might be the case for FaZe as well in a minute or two. 1 minute 20 as that zone is shifting. Comes D+. They want to try to get ahead of this fight. Take the fight on their own terms, and this is perfect. Jeems down for free. Gustav's got nowhere to go. He'll go prone to try and take the fight back to them, but it's just impossible at that point. You're out in no man's land. Perfect timing from the push from D+.
Yeah, FaZe completely unaware that DK took this position, and they get punished for it. Thankfully, Correxian effects have already made the push down onto this ridge line, dealing the damage on the Virtus Pro. They should be able to take control of this position, but it's not going to be a strong position regardless, especially with Petrichor Road on the hunt.
Whoa, nades. Easy as you like. Correct. He'll be finishing off Virtus Pro, which is kind of good news because it does at least give them some real estate to move into. But as I was talking about, this little bit of the ridge still in play for D+ is going to give them some breathing room that they don't necessarily have to force their way down onto 4 AM just yet. That said, 4 AM is going to be hearing all of those shots, and they're going to be aware.
Чуть поиграть.
Знаю, мы уже без песни. Жить в моменте, будь не заметен, что от нас лишь булиши. Не за что прощать, ты живо, стивший честь. Одино, зачем нужно нам здесь, ты знать, вечный меня, ты бы так не смог. Просто так. Обними меня, и все равно не пойму, ты ждешь, что в песне someone like you. Были бы другие цели мысли, но и твой поцелуй тут будто ни при чем. Целый мир, что так твой горит. Покажу слезу, что ближе к твоим. Я не простой, ты меня пойми. Украл твой взгляд, сижу за твои касания. Губ, что по щекам моим. Дай мне забыть, что было ты зари. Но ты ведь не такая, типа как все. Я просто подошел сквозь зрасти. Не надо нежно глубину закати. Я погол с того, что переспятил. Кто много говорил за меня, постой. Я не вкусил, говоришь, устроен сладкий. Я что принял нас за столь. Покидаю все свой пистоль. Сияй, сияй. Ты за два головы, ты увижу не я. Сияй. Для меня будет поднимать тебя за тобой по пятам. Ты от меня не улетай. Просто сияй, просто сияй. Сияй, сияй. Ты за два головы, ты увижу не я. Сияй. Для меня будет поднимать тебя за тобой по пятам. Ты от меня не улетай. Просто сияй, просто сияй. Были бы другие цели мысли, но и твой поцелуй тут будто ни при чем. Целый мир, что так твой горит. Покажу слезу, что ближе к твоим. Я не простой, ты меня пойми. Украл твой взгляд, сижу за твои касания. Губ, что по щекам моим. Дай мне забыть, что был ты зари. Но ты ведь не такая, типа как все. Я просто подошел сквозь зрасти. Не надо нежно глубину закати. Я погол с того, что переспятил. Кто много говорил за меня, постой. Я не вкусил, говоришь, устроен сладкий. Я что принял нас за столь. Покидаю все свой пистоль. Сияй, сияй. Ты за два головы, ты увижу не я. Сияй. Для меня будет поднимать тебя за тобой по пятам. Ты от меня не улетай. Просто сияй, просто сияй.
Ты пьешь с ней кофе по утрам, и дым от первой сигареты бьет виски, а я бегу по своим делам. Уже без мысли, что когда-то мы были близки. Бездарно все разрушит, пока не вылечу.
Сияй, сияй. Ясно. Да умри, блядь. Ой-ой-ой. И они рождаются тогда. Ты чё это? Чё он делает, блядь? Серега, блядь. Сияй, сияй. Конченый. Ну ты, блядь, играешь аркаду нахуй. С этой хуйней, блядь. Где ты, блядь? Да, блядь. Ну, блядь, сколько ты в первой броне, блядь, сколько тебе попадать, блядь, мудила, блядь. Давайте идем на Европу. Это бустер.
Want. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that would be something, right? We've had that northern shift off of this kind of phase 1 zone. Let's have the southern shift off of this phase 1 zone, just to make things a little bit different. Again, bearing in mind, you can watch on the multi-view 5 Chinese teams on the list there today.
Plus phase.
Plus phase.
TSM now, South George, GK just above them on Nojo. Good positions. They're arriving quite late. It's already 2.5 minutes, but they don't need to move far to get into the zone. The question is, are Sonic's going to beat them? Or 17 going to beat them? Because we saw them rotate pretty quickly. Falcons, similar thing as well. And Na'Vi pulling a very similar maneuver. Once again, 3 teams dropped out of the plane onto Sosnovka, which is weird to see because this plane path, not that bad. But once again, Na'Vi trying to take this rotate across the beach into Milton Power. FaZe might not be expecting it because I certainly wouldn't.
No, I mean, they're miles away anyway. They're not really in a position to punish this one at all. They'll be hearing that rotate, Correxy certainly, but yeah, not even a shot this time, even if it's maybe not that much different from a couple of shots with a Tommy gun because, well, neither's really going to do any damage, is it? So, yes, Naya looking pretty solid for 4 AM. Nothing really too crazy to sort of touch on for this team. They've kind of done what they needed to do. 84 points over the couple of days that they've played so far. They're well and truly going to be making it through to the final 16 of PGS 4. So job done as far as they're concerned. And Twisted Mind's still a little bit more work, obviously.
Yeah, they've only had 1 day of play so far. 33 in 5 is okay. I definitely was expecting a lot more out of them, and I think they would hope to end above 40 to be happy, or at least, you know, okay with their performance today.
This is basically the biggest disappointment when you're considering it looks a bit like a rocket launch. Unfortunately, they didn't go that far. This is like the PUBG equivalent of the Kerbal Space Program.
Yeah. You don't quite have the spring-loaded technology here on Erangel yet. Maybe on the next update. We got e-pickups, we got jammer packs. Let's
do something. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's put C4 rockets on the back of our vehicles.
I'm down, bro. It'll be like PUBG release, you know, where for whatever reason, the cars just sometimes used to go into the sky.
Cars sometimes do that.
That was a good time. Drive through a fence. Now you're 100 meters in the air. How about that? That sounds fun. Anyway,
hey, that's an exploitable mechanic, okay? It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Legacy's going to be making their rotation along that western highway. Oh, there's a little bit of an attempt at going skyward. GNL in the crosshair. They've got to be locked in because it would be pretty painful to get to 52 points, have a 0-point game, and have the cutoff be like 53 or 54, which is very possible.
And they just barely missed this double drop. This is perfect position for 4 AM rotating from Yasnaya to grab good weaponry to follow through their victory from the previous Erangel, trying to double that one up with 2 chicken dinners in a row. Not like they need it, as we said before, 84 points, second place for them. but still, it would feel nice. New Happy also troll around the south once again, quite split at the moment. Looking at Longskirt and Ming to be grouping on up as VP also crossed the bridge not too far south of that pair.
Yeah, shouldn't really run into any problems on that rotation.
We'll see. I wonder if Virtus Pro want to set up a camp here because they are stopping for just a second. Could be expecting Gen G to rotate not far behind them. And the bridge is on Erangel. It's always a weird... It doesn't incentivize, but it can kind of...
Сияй. Да я тоже. Сияй, сияй. А, ебать, давай я нахуй забагаюсь. Да. По-любому забагался. Що за ручка нахуй? Да ебаный, убейте вы эту хуйню оттуда, блядь. На крыше, блядь. Или где он там, нахуй? Ублюдок, блядь. Хули он меня контрит только, блядь. Просто в тело убил. Ну, что не было. Где ты, блядь, никого? Где калаш? Калаш возьмем. Да, блядь, ты чё за хуй ты? Не, блядь, что-то на Full HD у меня тяжело играть. Карта такая. Да. Нахуй, он за стеной убивает. Похуй, в принципе. Это и аркада, блядь. Конченая карта, ее подняли. Что, он разворачивается в голову мне дает. Как они нокаются, блядь? Да, тупорылые. Сука, хуй ты стоишь там рядом, блядь. У меня чел рядом стоит и ждет, когда меня убьют, блядь. Конченый, нет? Подумайте. Перезапускать будем стрим, наверное, скорее всего. Это разрешение. Смотрим. Последний матч.
That's another member though, and this is what I'm building, okay? I've been keeping my eyes very peeled on that kill feed, watching for GNL. They've gotten 1 kill this game, 53 points. They're now down to 1 member up. Obviously, there's a revive possibly. And I'm starting to get a bit worried about their chances of making it off of 54 points, which might be enough, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, it's not great. Kirk did get knocked very extended away from the rest of the squad. It's going to be difficult to revive him, especially now with 4AM taking this tractor position.